Me, stuck playing Gears, don't be daft. I've got another 2 years before E-Day comes along. How's it going, folks? Oh, let's put that on. Need some ambiance. How's it going, folks? Well, I don't want to break the poor guy's heart. If I said anything more than 2, at this point, I think he might go, he might literally become T800. Man, Skull and Bones is quadruple A, man. Don't be dissing that. Skull and Bones, man. Skull and Bones. How's it going, folks? What's this? Alright. Yeah, you might want to take this because my brother might call. Bunkalicious! I never lie. Unfortunately, buddy, I never lie. Do you know what, Ghosty? You're probably not wrong. That game should have been about 35-40 quid. It started off okay, but then it kind of just went dry. It needed more land opportunities. Didn't really get any. Nah, he missed out on the anniversary one. He tried. No way he was... Scalper's got in on most of those. Ah, the good old Red Dead Redemption. People already crying about it, kicking and screaming, complaining and moaning. Ah, it's almost like it's another day in the gaming world to just hate everything. Am I right? Or am I right? Because God forbid can we actually get something cool for a change and then people not cry and kick and scream about it. Oh no, we can't have that. Tencent is a... Tencent will ruin Ubisoft. But I don't think they can actually gain a controlling majority anyway, so it doesn't matter. Until Dawn is not doing well. But then again, it also costs nothing to make, so... It's a win-win for Sony. It is bullets. So where do we start off with first today, chat? But before that, how is everyone? Why don't I give him one of my 5 PS5 Pros? Maybe because I don't have 5 PS5 Pros? I have 6. That's because you can buy weapons with real money, Byron, on the CN version. Just like you could do with Destiny, with I think the Korean or Chinese version. You could go in and there's actually a vendor in there where you can actually pay real money to buy weapons in the game, exotics and whatnot in Destiny. You can do similar things in The Division, if I'm not mistaken. So if you don't want to go and do the raid or go and farm a certain weapon that has a static roll, you can just go and pay money, flex the plastic, and just buy the weapon. Hey, Rebby. Nah, I can't be doing worse than Concord. Concord shut down. Concord went away. Oh, was it, Steve? Damn. By the way, to those that are in my Discord that have been potentially looking for me, I have been away from Discord for 3-4 days, maybe a little more. I had to prepare the missus. She was flying abroad yesterday, well, early this morning, and I've just not been feeling great. So I've just basically kind of stayed off most things, but I'm feeling a bit better today. So you should see me a bit more active on there. Oh, but it won't shut down. They won't pull it from the... Even if the numbers are bad, they won't pull it from the shelves. And I suspect that once the Pro comes out and the game can run above 35 frames per second, then it'll actually start. Then people will be a little more interested. The frame rate on that game is atrocious. I don't understand why it's so bad. Rabbi, I'm doing okay, thanks. Yourself? Exactly, Steve. So it's one of those games where it will eventually sell, and considering it cost almost nothing to make, even if they sold, the amount they sold probably covered the production cost. See, I don't understand that take of Halo on PlayStation is looking more likely now. If that's the case, why isn't Gears more likely? Why just Halo? Gears has been using Unreal Engine for years. It's a completely and utterly baseless statement. Slimy, you can't trigger me, even if you want to. You can't. Rabbi, I'm doing alright. How are you? Serious? These guys don't just bash Halo. They trash it like there's no tomorrow. And then they want to use it as a gotcha moment. It's pretty pathetic. It is pathetic. I mean, you have to be quite a lowlife to actually flip that way. It basically means that nothing that comes out of your mouth is even worth talking about or even responding to, because you just engagement farm your whole life. And I guess it's like that TV series, Broken Glass. You know, your whole life is an engagement. And if you can't engage, your life has no meaning. You feel small, a small man. And you just can't function without trying to engage or trigger other people. Unfortunately, I'm well above and well beyond being triggered, so good luck, buddy. And to your small self. Halo needs no one. Halo and UE5 is a good call though. Halo and UE5 makes sense. There's absolutely every reason why Halo should be on UE5. People think it's because it's easier to port to other platforms, but that's got nothing to do with it. Oh, serious, they don't talk about Concord. They never talk about Concord. No one knows, Rebby. No one knows. Hopefully 60, but it depends on the power of the console. UE5 is a different beast. Look at it this way. If their games were selling, they wouldn't be pushing to PC. That's all I'm saying. If their games were selling, their strategy wouldn't be to push to PC. Yeah, Halo ain't coming till next gen. And at that point, every game is going to be played best on the next gen. But Red Dead Redemption is finally coming, and people are not happy with the requirements for recommended for a 14-year-old game. Or 15-year-old. Apparently recommended 2070 is a bit too much for some people. So that's the biggest outcry. Instead of being happy and cheerful, celebrate that you're getting Red Dead Redemption, a game that you've wanted for so long. It's finally coming to PC with native 4K. I mean, it would have run 4K anyway. Ultra wide is really good. Super ultra wide, even better. And the first thing they complain about, oh no, it's recommended at 2070. I mean, at least they could have. I mean, it's not like they said recommended 4090. It's just funny. It's really funny. I find it really amusing. Steve, he still doesn't get it. I think you might want to spell it out to him. Sandra, that's not... Well, that's, I guess, one reason. Now, there's a double-edged sword for Microsoft going balls deep into Unreal Engine. Number one, you're putting too much power on Unreal and Epic. Epic can quadruple their charges overnight, and then Microsoft is kind of screwed because all their eggs are going to be in one basket. At that point, it's not going to be well. It's not going to be good for them. So hopefully Epic doesn't do anything scummy like that. But a lot of companies are kind of jumping in, and Microsoft especially is going kind of all in on Unreal Engine. So Epic is going to have like big chungers to play with. But the main reason why, Microsoft is going with Epic is first and foremost, especially with Halo, is because of the amount of downtime that, Slip Engine actually has with contractors. Microsoft has a policy with their employment that contractors can only work there for 18 months and then they can't get re-contracted, I think, for another 6 months. So projects constantly lose talent. people working on it, and it's a problem because it takes time to onboard people to do the work. Sometimes up to 6 months. So you're contracting someone for 18 months. You're losing like half a year just onboarding them with all the tools and all the requirements of the project because they just don't know how to use it. The idea with going to something like Unreal Engine is that most coders and developers, if they're going into the games industry, at least in the 4 or 5 places I've seen in the UK anyway that does video games technology as a course, as a degree, they teach you Unity and Unreal Engine. Those are the two programming tools that are actually focused. It's the most common ones anyway, Unity and Unreal Engine. So if I needed to get someone to come and work on something today that's on Unreal Engine, the onboarding will be super quick or even non-existent because they'll be able to pick up and go straight away, as opposed to having to spend 3 months, 4 months onboarding a new person onto an engine that's 20 years old, that is super archaic and just is causing problems. Then there's also the maintenance of that engine as well, so you've got to have a whole new team for that engine. So putting it over to Unreal Engine and letting them do all the heavy lifting, plus it's a uniform language, it means that games can come out faster, which is great for consumers. We don't want one game a generation. If we can go back to the point where we were getting 2-3 games a generation, that would be great. And this could potentially do that. Now, you're probably going to say, well, what is 6 months? But if you've got 10 people, that's 60 months. That's a lot of extra development that you're getting out of these people, right? So it adds up. And Microsoft has a lot of freelancers. Therefore, this is actually a very, very good business move for Microsoft. I mean, yeah, Leaf, relying on one engine is bad. Hey, secondary protocol, that looked insane. I found someone created a prototype of Planet Zeta, I think it is, for Halo, running on Unreal Engine. I'm gonna download. Well, I've downloaded it, but I haven't installed it yet. So maybe I'll get that running and do like a little video of what it looks like. Because from the screenshots I saw, it looked really good. Man, it is really hot in here now. Fan time. Hey, Steve, it's the small PP syndrome. It happens to all of them. It's a common trait amongst the Hooves. They come in trying to, wave that tail about because, small PP syndrome is unfortunate. Hey, I don't make the rules. I'm just saying how it is. I mean, it's up there, Wood. It is definitely up there. But it's crazy, right? I did see this controller recently. Let me just get a video clip of the actual game mode. I know people have kind of gone past these things now, but oh, God, stomach is still not happy. All right. But yeah, hopefully, Rockstar's, Red Dead Redemption is going to redeem and be good, because I know a lot of people have been looking forward to it. People just need to start enjoying games and stop crying about them. But Taiko no Tatsujin, it's been a while since we see weird controllers that come out, right? We had like the Guitar Heroes, we've had the Steel Battalions, but we don't really get controllers like these much anymore. This can be used on Xbox Series XS and Windows PC. It's usable by both, and it's basically a drum game. If any of you remember that Donkey Kongo game, that's essentially what it is. Here's a little clip of it. It's kind of fun. Let me just stop this music here. I'm kind of excited to pick it up because it looks cool. But I found here's a little clip, and it's essentially you just playing drums, but we don't get these games anymore, so it's kind of different. This is totally up Steve's alley. This is like the game for him. Get it, Steve. I've missed games like this. I don't know about you guys, but this just looks fun. I agree, they should cancel Gears and make more games like this. Dude is going all out. No one interested in games like this anymore? Halo single player will more than likely stay on Xbox. I can't see that going anywhere. Multiplayer is different. I can see the multiplayer going places. Oh, I'm buying this. This drum set isn't available yet in the UK, but I'm totally gonna get it. This just looks too much fun. This just reminds me of back in the Guitar Hero days, man. Anyway, that's enough of this. I thought it was cool nonetheless. Steve, stop. You're mean. But yeah, no. Single player will stay with Xbox, I reckon. I don't think Xbox will do that. I can't see it. Leaf, I have. Really good games. But Theatre Rhythm, you don't really have like a drum kit or anything. It's just buttons. It's nice having an actual different style of controller to play with. I think that makes all the difference. Now, I can see them doing the multiplayer, because multiplayer, more people playing means the game stays alive and they just make more money. The multiplayer, I can see it. That I can see, considering it's everywhere else. I don't really care if the multiplayer goes anywhere. But the single player, I don't see it. Time will tell, C2DD. Time will tell. What are your 5 picks you think might be? Still Wakes the Wind. Is that what it's called? Something like that. That game is definitely up there for me. Clearly, Metaphor Refantasia is going to be up there. I guess Astrobot will probably get a nomination. I really don't know what else has come out. I mean, I know Hellblade 2 will get nominations for graphics and audio, but I don't know if he'll get it for Game of the Year. I don't see that. That's really all I'm seeing right now. There's not been really nothing else that's been standout. Now, if we're starting to go down the pecking order, maybe Rebirth. I haven't played it, so I can't really judge it. Wukong is going to get snubbed 100% because of the woke activists in the media. So that's out. That's going to get the same treatment as Hogwarts Legacy. It'll be lucky to even get a nomination for anything. So don't expect Wukong to make an appearance. And I guess the rest we're just going to have to wait until they come out. Stalker 2 could potentially get something if it's good. Have to wait and see how that turns out. I think Indiana Jones is going to miss the deadline, so I don't think that's going to count. Microsoft Flight Simulator won't get it. Until Dawn isn't getting it. Concord definitely might be up there because it ticked all the right boxes for places like IGN and Kotaku. So we're going to see. Hogwarts Legacy was great. It deserved the nomination. It might not have won, but it deserved the nomination. Pretty much serious. Oh, the work that goes into Flight Sim, especially this one, is crazy, right? Look, do you want to know what's going to get Game of the Year? And it's not Concord. I'm not going to troll you guys. It's not Concord. It's not Concord, right? As much as I know you guys want it to be Concord, it's not Concord. It's this one right here. Now that it's going free to play to save it, it's going to get Game of the Year, 100%. Guaranteed. Mario, definitely I would kick out. And I just don't think Spider-Man was up to cut. I don't think it was as good as people made it out to be. I think Insomniac was very smart in the way they played the final third of the game. The first 2/3 were pretty drab, and no one remembers the first 2/3 part of the game. But that boss rush at the end gave you that high adrenaline buzz to make you leave with a good feel factor. But it wasn't a complete game. So Mario definitely, and if something came around that was better, more complete than Spider-Man 2, I'd replace that as well. I just don't think those two games deserve to be up there. Not that they're bad games. They're definitely not bad games, but I don't think it deserved it. But yeah, so my game of the year, Foamstars. Spider-Man 2 was last year. Spider-Man DLC went the way of the Kraken. It became a legend, a myth, and it never came back. 7 Rebirth, yeah. Stellar Blade definitely is going to get nominated. Actually, I don't know if Stellar Blade will get nominated. It will get nominated in my eyes, but I don't know if the media will nominate it because they have the most controlling vote. The public have, like, I think 15% of the controlling vote. The media have the rest. And, well, you know, it's an attractive character. She looks good. And she shows some skin. Therefore, those are the 3 rules that you cannot have in the Western world when it comes to video games. Stellar Blade got nothing in the Golden Joystick Awards, I don't think. And that just proves my point. The Golden Joystick Awards didn't have a single award for Concord, but it had for Dust Brown or whatever it's called. Brown Dust? Dust Brown? Whatever that crap game is called that no one bought or no one cares about. That got a nomination, but games like Stellar Blade and Wukong did not. I mean, that just tells you how biased the media is and how crap these Game of the Years are. They're all useless. Until they get taken over by an impartial party, it ain't gonna happen. I mean, look, I saw this just before going live, right? Is this gonna go? Is this getting Game of the Year? Instantly not allowed. Instantly not allowed. Instantly not allowed. These games are not allowed. It's really that simple. I mean, Power World, I think, got a couple of nominations in the Golden Joystick Award, but not many. She does look good, don't she, Steve? She look good. I ain't even gonna go to the comment section because it's bad. But you know what? They know what they know what their community wants, and they're giving it and making money. What would Modern World think of Dead or Alive 3? I mean, what would Modern World think of this? World nominated for lawsuit. They should actually have an award to see who gets more lawsuits per year by Nintendo. That's funny. That's funny. Even the BAFTA awards are political. Unfortunately, everything is political. Final Fantasy VII, Astrobot, and Metaphor are guaranteed. Dragon Age is likely. Possibly, yeah. I wasn't a huge fan of Dragon Age or Elden Ring, so they're not going to appear in mine. Astrobot and Metaphor definitely. Metaphor's great looking at the moment. It's going rampant. It's really weird because the media is loving Silent Hill 2. The community, on the other hand, on both sides, it's kind of like a mixed bag. Some really love the look of it, others don't. Don't know. Oh yeah, I read about that. Honestly, modding a console isn't illegal. Modifying a hardware isn't illegal. So he's technically not doing anything. He might be opening the door to it, and that's a grey area. But he's technically not breaking the law by opening the console and modifying the hardware. It's his console at the end of the day. I mean, if the game is good, it is good. At the end of the day, Blooper Team have been kind of blooping around for a while. If the game's good, credit to them. I get that, Ghosty, but I don't think the new, from what I've seen of the new Zelda game, it's not great. It definitely shouldn't be up there. I don't know. I don't think Astrobot is good enough to win, but then again, I don't know what is good enough to win at the moment. They've all been kind of good. Still Wakes the Deep so far for me has been the most memorable experience I've had this year. If you haven't played that, you really should. It's a really good game. He's streaming tonight. He might be here on Thursday, if I'm about. Paul, I wouldn't even say it's Sony pushed anymore. Um, I'd more say it's just the media looking for what they deem as socially acceptable. Like, for example, this scene here, this what you're seeing on screen, because of stuff like this that they put in their game, they won't even be, nominated for a single thing. Hogwarts Legacy got snubbed because of J.K. Rowling. Wukong got snubbed because there's no main female protagonists. It's really that simple. And the media is all behind this and support it 100% because, whatever reason. So there's certain criterias you have to meet before you can get into the whole Game of the Year nomination. C2DD 100%. Paul 100, pretty much, yeah. That is pretty much the case. And they have been for a while. They have been. Like me personally, I've really enjoyed Stellar Blade. I don't like the fact that I can't continue collecting stuff at the end and do what I want to do. The game blocks you, and you can only have one save. So if you screw up and go past the point, that's it. But that's a me thing and not a game thing. Although accessibility wise, they should always allow you to have more than one save. I think that should be potentially at least in the bag for nominations, but it's not going to be because of the main character Eve and the female character designs. It's just not going to get nominated. It's not even going to be in running contention. Ah, so you like the way she looks as well, huh? You like a bit of cake? But yeah, seriously, how many people are going to give Foamstars a go now that it's free to play? It's been free to play for 5 whole days. I suspect this will be on Xbox soon. How many people are going to give it a try? Free to play! I'm surprised that this has gone free to play and they didn't even give Concord a chance at free to play while they fixed it. Oh, stop it, Steve. You've already bought it. Let's not go there. You know you've already bought it. But yeah, Metaphor ReFantasia is definitely going to be up there as one of the games that, has a good chance of getting Game of the Year this year. It has, completely taken the world by storm at the moment. And if you get it on Xbox digital, it's Play Anywhere, which means you get 2 games for the price of one. You get it both for your PC and for Xbox, which is great. Steve, what if they offered you a McAllen as payment? Oh no, I want to see where his boundaries lie. He said you can't pay him. What if they offer to pay him with a McAllen? I see he's gone silent. Ah, so they can pay you to play it. There you go. So there is a price that he will undertake for that. But yeah, so this game at the moment is Play Anywhere on Xbox. I know some people have really strong feelings about digital games, and as we just found out, there is the whole Little Big Planet being delisted by the end of this month. But Play Anywhere is good in my eyes. For 250k per day, you'd have to play it for 8 hours a day. You would have to become an esports Foamstars player. Yeah, the new Halo is going to be on the next platform. That's nothing for now. But Little Big Planet seems to be being delisted on PlayStation 4. But if you buy it now, or if you already have it, and you buy all the DLC, you can still use it forever and ever. I guess just the online features are going to be gone. Paul, that is fantastic news. Dude, I am so happy to hear that. Seriously, you have no idea how happy I am to hear that. That is amazing news. You're the second person this year that I've had good news regarding that horrible illness. Even if you delete it, Devin, you can still download it. Once you've bought it, it's yours. You can delete it, download it as much as you want. Dude, I am super happy for you. Seriously. That's the sort of great news I love to hear here, man. Seriously. That is amazing news. That's actually made my day. Out of everything that I've heard today, that's the one news that's truly made my day today. I'm happy for you, dude. No way, Steve. No way. That can't be real. But yeah, that's funny. But what did everyone think of the presentation for Halo? It's really sad that we have a massive presentation and the only thing that I'm seeing on social media is about this woman. Literally everyone is going after her like crazy. And there's me wanting to know where she got that hoodie from because that hoodie looks great. I want that hoodie. Apparently, it might be a hoodie that's exclusive to staff members, but people just needs to chill the fuck out, man. Where's the gameplay? Because she's a person of color, because of the way she looks, and apparently on her LinkedIn profile she has a pride colors on as the banner. So instantly she's gonna kill Halo. Why is it the Xbox community? That's a really odd thing to say. Considering the moment Eve appeared, every PlayStation fan was jerking over her like there was no other woman available on the planet. Doesn't that say more about PlayStation fans than the Xbox community? Just saying. Let's see. Steve. But that just looks so good, man. Seriously. That looks really, really good. I know this is all a tech demo that they're making at the moment. It's all Project Foundry. But that just looks really great. I don't know. I'm really impressed with where they're going with it, and there's so many stories that they can tell in the world of Halo, and I love how they're using this to show a planet that's completely been ruined by the flood. It just looks so good. It looks so, so good. Ventura. But I do need to look into that other thing. I think it's interesting with Sony and Apple if they are joining forces. I don't know if it's just a rumor or anything, but that could be interesting. I mean, the Flood are integral, right? The only way to get rid of them is by using the Halo. I mean, she hasn't done anything. She hasn't. I mean, at least give people a chance to do something, right? So wait. So CDD, are you saying that Grums's cronies are also Xbox community? Because I know a number of people in there who are really vocal, that are die-hard PlayStation fans, that are wishing death on people, and they're hoping they die, and sending them threats. I don't personally know them, I've just seen the messages. So, what is it you're trying to get at, outside of just trying to push an agenda, Xbox bad, Xbox community bad? No offense, but you're full of shit. They're both communities are as bad as each other when it comes to the toxic cesspool of the community of, that order. That's the bottom line. No matter which community you look at, whether it's PC, Nintendo, Xbox, PlayStation, all of them have a cesspool pit of just a really bad sector of the community. They all have it. No section is immune. But to try and label one, that's not great. And if you're looking at social media, fix your algorithm. It only shows you what you want to see and what you're clicking at. All you're telling me is that's the news you're interested in seeing. Because I don't see that stuff, because I never click on it. I don't engage with it. And therefore, I'm none the wiser. Xbox fans will look at it and click on PlayStation people. PlayStation fans will click on Xbox people. Why do you think that is? The algorithm loves to play with you, dude. Don't be a tool to the algorithm. Beat the algorithm. There are a lot of social engagement channels out there that do it purely for the clicks. Right? There are a lot of channels out there that do it for the clicks, the money, and the community that they're fostering brings them the super chats, the memberships, and they love that side of the engagement. Unfortunately, hate sells. But you get that from all angles, not just the Xbox community. You've got bad eggs all over the place. And unfortunately, the community on everywhere when it comes to social media, they like to hate. And, when you're in discourse, people thrive off it. And it makes money. That's why I'm broke. And I make no money. Because I don't engage with that stuff. Do you see me generally? I mean, I might troll every now and then, but do you see me at the extent of grifting like other people do? Do you see me going after people unless they actually deserve it? You never see me doing that. The media is woke, though. What is wrong with Eve? Explain to me what is wrong with Eve. I want you to tell me what is wrong with Eve. A PlayStation character from Shift Up. What is wrong with Eve? Why is she a embarrassment, a disgrace to the video game industry, as said by Kotaku? Why is she offensive to all women, as said by multiple media outlets? Why is she disrespecting other people who are not looking like that, said by other media outlets? What is wrong with Eve? Do people that look like Eve in terms of body proportion not exist? Do people that look pretty, drop dead gorgeous, not exist? Do people with big breasts not exist? Do people with a size, 8 or 10 body or 12 waist not exist? Are people all obese, 50, size 50 waist? Do they all look like dogs? No. But the media doesn't want you to see pretty women or anything like that. They want to push ugly people. For what reason? This isn't no bashing or anything. This is what we're seeing in the media. They're pushing this agenda. And so if people are pushing back, they have a right to push back. It's really that simple. And I'm using a PlayStation character here. Eve is a great looking character. But she got absolutely destroyed by the media. Stellar Blade should have got higher than 81. Stellar Blade got robbed because of Eve. Hey, Steve, we don't need to know what you do, man. Now, Sanchez, that's my other channel. My Chaos Lounge Gaming. That's where I do the waifu gaming on Mondays. They got all the jiggles and everything. No, Slimy. That's the media tax. That's where the media just doesn't like it. Outlaws is the same, yeah. Did you know that if you go on the web now, you can actually find the original design for what's her name? Kate Vass. You can actually find her original design. It's data mined. The files exist in the game. They actually rendered her 1-to-1 identical with the model. And then they proactively changed it for her to look like this. Not that I find much wrong with her on PC. On console, she doesn't look great. But on PC, she looks fine. But they actually went back after they done the modeling of the actor to look 1-to-1 the same and then changed it. Why? Why? %100%. Nier Automata is one of my favorite games of all time. That game is the embodiment of perfection. That should have got 10 out of 10, 100% all the way through. That game was amazing, from story to gameplay to music, everything. To this day, I keep asking Yoko Taro for a sequel because the story didn't really end at the end. Well, it kind of did, but I want to know what happens next. Which icon fight is my favorite? Titan was really good. Titan was good. Garuda was too much like Final Fantasy XIV. Shiva was as well. Bahamut was really good. Odin wasn't that great. Leviathan was good. But from the main campaign, I'm probably going to have to say between Bahamut and Titan. Titans was just epic. I didn't say Sen was ugly. Yeah, mine too, Leaf. Those two are by far the best. But when you get to the DLC and you get to fight Levi, I guess there's going to be a bit of missing nostalgia for you because you don't know the Final Fantasy XIV track for Leviathan. So they did a remix version of that, and on the other DLC, the final boss, they remixed the Crystal Tower one for that as well, which is really freaking cool. So Sanchez, yeah, they changed the main person in Outlaws from male to female. But yeah, Halo looks. I mean, this looks really nice to me, man. I wonder how this is going to run on. How a game looking like this would run on current gen hardware. By the way, for those that don't know, Silent Hill 2, I know this is completely off topic, but with full ray tracing and whatnot, running on ultra settings, with the LSS on a 4090, keep 60 stable. That game is demanding as hell, man. Just saying. I think my 3090 should be fine without ray tracing, so that's kind of good. I could do without ray tracing. And look, if she looks like Salma Hayek, the game's going to get 0 out of 10. Hey, Buttered Toast. I appreciate it. I hope you have a good rest. Thanks so much for stopping by, though. I would like to see, in this demo, it would have been really nice. I don't know if anyone really noticed, but none of these trees are actually moving. I know the water is, but the trees are kind of like static, so there's no physics to them at all. It would have been nice when they were showing this sort of stuff, this kind of technical demo, if they added like some wind effect to show the wind. I know they've got the waterfalls to kind of camouflage the trees and stuff, so I mean, it would have been nice. Like this here, where you've got the wind effect, you've got the particles going across. Kind of nice, but you're not really seeing anything other than just like particle effects. And CDD, in the end, that's what it goes down to. Everyone's opinion is different. You think they got what they deserved? I think they were they were robbed. My opinion doesn't make mine any more important than yours. You're entitled to yours, I'm entitled to mine, and we can agree to disagree. David Miller, they can. But now they're in a much better spot to hire contractors. Right? They're in a much better spot now where they can hire contractors and not worry about wasted time or loss of development talent. But that gun, man. That iconic gun right there. And that attention to detail. I mean, Unreal Engine 5 does have good detail. I'll give it that. I just hope this, whatever they're going to do with Halo, it turns out to be good. Because really, I think this is their last shot at it. Have a good night, Paul. Congratulations again, dude. Now, my time in the gaming industry is done, dude. Working endless nights for not too much pay is not my idea of fun. Honestly, supermarket than you do working as QA in the games industry still. So it's just not worth it. And you don't have the headache that comes with working in the games industry. And believe me, there is a lot of headache that comes in there. I like Alex, Steve. I do. The guy has some seriously bad takes, but I like him. The guy knows how to engagement farm with the best of them. But he's a nice guy underneath. Underneath the bravado. Enjoy the moment, dude. You've earned it. Enjoy the moment. What's the new game coming out with the chick from Witcher show? The black hair chick. Oh shit. I've got her name on the tip of my tongue. I know who you're talking about, but I don't know the game coming out for it. Apparently not. If you look at the suit at the end, it's not the original suit. Yennefer, that's it. I mean, I thought it was as well, but looking online, apparently it's not, because that helmet is Halo 2. Or was it Halo 3? I've got the helmet in storage. Unknown 9, I am looking forward to. That looks really cool. I really hope it gets the attention it deserves. So the current story at the moment with this is that Master Chief is not inside that 117 suit, and apparently it's a female inside there because it looks a bit more bulkier. Can you see out of the helmet? No, it's a collector's edition. I think it's Halo 3 that I got it. Do I have it here? I do have it here. Let me grab it. What up, little man? So this is it here. Can you see it? No, you can't see it. Oh, you can see it now. So that's the helmet. It's the same one as the one in game, and this is Halo 3. Put this over there. It's not actually a helmet you can wear. You kind of lift it up and it's got a slot inside where you can put where your Halo 3 and Collector's Edition stuff came out of. I mean, Invictus, I wouldn't mind a reboot at this point. I think it kind of needs it. But they also said that they want to learn from Halo 1, 2, and 3, ODST and Reach, and what made those games special, and then create what's next. No, you can't wear it. But a lot of people are now kind of complaining because of his waist size. And this part here overall is different to what it was in Halo 1. So yeah, this isn't the Halo 1 armor set. Yeah, it's not a real headset. What do you think of the new logo? Ha! Me cosplay. I like it. I think I'm the only one that likes it. I haven't seen a single person that actually likes it. I think I'm literally the only one on the internet that likes it. It's different. I like different things. Hey, look, at least it's not Comic Sans, right? It could be worse. They could have used Comic Sans for it. So, Master Chief. But yeah, this, I don't know. Because when you use it in tools to read the text, it doesn't read it correctly. Screen readers and stuff like that just don't have a good time reading them. And it was a horrible thing that came, it was even worse back when Internet Explorer used to be a thing and it didn't render it correctly half the time, or it had severe problems with it and you had to kind of add hosted support for certain fonts, that was one of them. Before Microsoft enabled it to go into the actual pool of already existing fonts within Windows. Now, if you had too much to drink, that would have said Gear Studios. So we know you're not being truthful there. But over here it says they've entered a new dawn of Halo. These new visuals were created using Unreal Engine 5, and we've learned that all future Halo projects will use the engine, and that multiple new games are in development. That's all we know, that multiple new games are in development. Nothing that they're rebooting the games or anything like that. It's all speculation at the moment. Yeah, it's just fine. But this was quite amusing. Did you guys see this? So, Mr. Destin didn't know the 343 was from Guilty Spark. I can see how people might forget. Maybe, possibly. There's lots of Halo 1 that I don't remember. In fact, I can't remember almost anything in Halo 1 or 2 or 3. I only remember bits of ODST, bits of Reach. Not much of 5 outside of the fighting the same boss over and over and over and over and over again. But this is what he had to say because he issued out an apology.
Hi. In a recent video, I forgot that 343 Guilty Spark is where 343 Industries got their name, and I made an offhanded comment that made it look like I don't know anything about the Halo franchise and I'm stupid. As a result, I've decided to permanently turn in my gamer card and refund all of my achievements for every Halo game that has ever existed. I apologize for anybody I really let down by misspeaking in this manner. And I am truly sorry to all of the true Halo fans out there who are much smarter than I am and know every character's name and their backstory by heart. Obviously, we all know that 343 Guilty Spark is the blue guy that you meet in Halo 2. I'm sorry that I forgot about this part in the games, and I vow to never post anything stupid again where I make a silly mistake. Thank you so much for understanding during this time. I'm asking for privacy for myself and my family as we decide where to go from here. Thanks for watching, everybody.
That was like the best thing I've seen today. And then obviously Paul topped it up. But that was great. That was so good. Obviously Guilty Spark is the blue guy. Oh, that was good. That was good. I like Destin. He gets picked on a lot, but that was good. That doesn't even make sense, Goggle. That doesn't even make sense. But yeah, 10 out of 10 for the effort there, Destin. 10 out of 10. Especially with the. Where is it? Yeah, this bit.
Oh, that 343 Guilty Spark is the blue guy that you meet.
He's such a troll. I mean, what determines what a fan is? It's really funny because Xbox community call him a pony. The PlayStation community call him an Xbot. So what is he? I mean, he can't go. He can't badmouth IGN. I remember when he first started, people wanted him to speak out against IGN, and he said, "I can't bite the hand that feeds me," and that kind of makes sense, right? You wouldn't go and badmouth your boss no matter where you are, unless you're that voice actor from Genshin who decided to call Hoyoverse a racist, and then they fired her, and then she got upset and went on to social media, crying that she got fired. He's criticized Sony multiple times. Exactly, C2D. This is what I'm saying. They're everywhere. Slimy, are you just trolling or are you being serious? Because I'm actually looking forward to Unknown 9. I don't care about the SPI stuff. You know, I've seen what the game is and it interests me, but it's sad that it's gonna, if it is a good game, it's gonna crumble and another studio goes bye bye. Hey, Ilray Tito, how's it going? Apparently, because of that one clip that I showed earlier. Well, it's because of who is it? It's because of this lady here. It's because of her. Because she's in there, you know, I've been told by someone, look at her hair. If you go to her LinkedIn profile, it has a pride flag. That should tell you everything you need to know about her. That's what society has become, folks. Not actually, hey, they could actually genuinely be good at their job. How about we just let them cook for a little while and see what it is? I mean, he said Game Pass is his go to. He prefers Game Pass, and he has also switched to PC anyway. So, which kind of makes sense if you want to play all your games at 60 FPS. I mean, IGN just focuses on who's the majority leader, right? That's what all the media does. Whoever's the leader at the time, that is who they follow. During the 360 days, they were all over Xbox. Xbox this, Xbox great, Xbox king, Xbox champion. Then the PS4 took over, and then it was PS4 great, PS4 king, PS4 champion. And that continued over to the PS5. I heard they don't have that much money left in the bank, to be honest, Wood. They're pretty much about to kick in the can because they don't have money. Agreed, Sanchez. Agreed. I mean, I'm the same, right, Steve? I praise Xbox where they deserve praising and criticize them where they deserve criticizing. The same for Sony. If they do something good, I'll praise them. If they do something bad, I'll criticize them. I mean, he did. But Bags, I say I'm an Xbox fan. People still think I'm a pony. See? Case in point, Steve. See? So, ultimately, I'm just a fan of games. I'll leave it at that. I'm a fan of good games. Starfield rules, folks. Okay, moving on. So, October the 28th to 2025 is when Xbox gamers can hope to play Silent Hill 2 Remake. That's the earliest. It is got a 1-year exclusivity deal. Although apparently right now, if you want the HD collection for Silent Hill, which has Silent Hill 2 and 3, you can get it for $10. And Quick Resume is also supported. So for those that don't have a PC or a PlayStation, and you do want to get that Silent Hill kind of... Oh, this is with Game Pass only, by the way. But those of you that want to get that kind of Silent Hill fix, $10. It's not bad. He bleeds glue. I guess I'm going to have to time out Ghosty now. That's a bit too much, Ghosty. That's like, you saying stuff like that is like you saying something about my mama. You can't be doing that. There are lines that you don't cross. Leaf, I have. I've played 1, 2, and 3. I've played The Room. I think The Room was the last one I played, I think. 12 months. I mean, he did troll Xbox a lot back in the day. No one's going to deny that. Even he turned around. And I know that picture that people constantly bring up, 900p versus 1080p. But it did get Microsoft to start giving away the resources from Kinect to the console if they didn't want to use it. Oh, mate, Scouts can't really trust them. Honestly, Bags, I wouldn't play Silent Hill 2 right now if I was a PS5 owner. I'd wait to get a PS5 Pro. Hopefully, it can run stable. I mean, the game drops into the 30s, man. I don't understand why it drops into the 30s, but it does. I know there's no denying it. PlayStation had a pretty good year so far. They've had a lot of exclusives. And Goggle, that's the way you should be. If people annoy you, just block them. Clear your timeline and have a peaceful timeline. Or you can get it on PC, where you can dictate the graphics to the point you want and have a smooth sailing 60 FPS. Or if you've got good internet and the game eventually comes to GeForce Now, you've always got that option to play ultra full ray tracing 60 FPS through the cloud. Man, 860p, 30 FPS. That's rough. That's rough. Oh, I definitely want Xbox to improve. I've always been more of an Xbox fan than a PlayStation fan, ever since the original Xbox, but I will criticize them. But I want them to be better. Absolutely want them to be better. Is that what a ponybot is? I didn't know. Arthur keeps coming in and calling me a ponybot. What do you mean? I made one mention of it. Alien Isolation 2 got confirmed, yeah? That is awesome news. Did you see Ryan McCaffrey's tweet when he came out and said that he ruined Alien Isolation's chance of getting a sequel when he gave it 5.9 out of 10? And now he's saying that he should do the same for Alien Isolation 2 so they can get a third game out. This was the first time I mentioned it. How long have we been streaming? How long have we been streaming? Come on. The stream has been going on for exactly 1 hour and 40 minutes. Yeah, Alien Isolation 2 should be cool. I only mention it if it's warranted, if there's a need for it. But seriously though, with the Pro coming out soon, you know, for those of you that are getting it, this is, going to be a thing. So the Pro is actually coming, it's real, and people have pre ordered it. This now creates a problem when it comes to game development, right? Because now with Microsoft not following suit and Sony doing what they always do with their Pro console to try and, just beef up the console sale numbers a little bit more, we're going off sync for the first time. How do you think that's going to affect the games going forward? I agree, Ghosty. I agree. But will they? The Series X is a powerful console that's not utilized almost at all. Right? It is a powerful console that's simply not utilized. So now that it's, and it does support hardware machine learning as well. So I'm not so convinced. That's just it has more GPU for output, but I'm talking about the intricacies. No games are using direct storage. Nothing is using velocity architecture. Nothing is using um, machine AI learning for Xbox. None of that is utilized. It's all software based. So it'll be interesting to see now that the shackles are coming off if the box can actually Xbox will perform now going forward without the shackles that it's been placed on it. Because as you all know, well, you should know, parity is a thing. A game can't look better or run better than the other platform. To me, all I care about is frames, not resolution, not anything else. I just want to see frames at 60. I'm a frames snub. So as long as the games are running stable at 60, great. I think Jedi runs better on Xbox. Uh, there was another. What is it? Warhammer runs better on Xbox. But it's only been this year, or was it last year, where the game suddenly started to. Xbox started to push ahead. Early years, it was getting trounced, right? Every game almost was better on the PS5 than it was on the Xbox console. And I don't understand why, because it was a much more powerful console. It just wasn't being utilized. Yeah, that's what I said, Space Marine 2. But it's only been the last 12 months to 18 months where Xbox as a console has started to outperform. Oh, yeah, Starfield definitely runs better than that. I don't know. That might be a tie bags. That's running 0 FPS everywhere at the moment. And why does it take time, Goggle? Could it be that Microsoft gave them the hardware for the Series X dev kits 2 months before the console's release, when they should have given it to them a year before? Who's to blame for that taking time? I'm saying the Xbox dev kits went to developers 2 months before the console came out. Normally, they go to the developers a year in advance, or 6 to 8 months in advance. When they start developing games for it, they get what's called preliminary dev kits. So it's not the official dev kit, but they get something that's roughly around the spec of what they're hoping to have. And they send those out to developers and say, look, this isn't the official confirmed specs of it, but if you're creating around this, then when the finalized specs come along, you won't have a bad time upscaling or downscaling to meet the specs that are finalized. But this is where we're looking at. And that goes out about a year before to developers to actually start making games for your next generation console. Sony sent their one out well in advance. Microsoft sent their one out 2 months before launch. You don't make games in 2 months. So the whole of the launch for the Series X was bamboozledly badly handled. I'm not talking about UE5, I'm talking in general. UE5, though, definitely runs better on the Series X. There's no doubt in that. It'll be interesting to see how the PS5 Pro runs it, though. Obviously, PC runs it the best. PC Master Race and all. Everyone's got a 4090, right? It's crazy how the only graphics card PlayStation fans know is a 4090. And how much they rely on that Steam survey is crazy. That Steam survey is so rubbish. You can't use it. It's unusable. By the way, Sepho, welcome back. Haven't seen you in a while. Hope you're good. Hope you've been doing well. You're 5090. Ah, you see? Leaf Storm doing God's work. I don't even have to mention it anymore. I have a newly converted. You sir? Do you want to take it upstairs? Do you want to take it upstairs? Sorry, chat, 1 second. Sorry about that, chat. Leaf Storm doing God's work. Wi-Fi signal? Is there something above my head? No. Working your ass off. Good, good. Right. Sanchez, here's the thing, right? Here's the thing. So, I have a laptop round there that has the survey, and it's got an onboard really crappy graphics card that can't run anything modern. but I submitted the survey on there. So what's happening is you've got a bunch of machines out there that aren't designed for gaming, that have Steam installed, and that data is being recorded. Those game machines aren't gaming rigs. They're just generic PCs. They are bringing the average down. It's not usable data. You can install Steam on an Etch-a-Sketch at this point. As long as it's got anything of an internet connection that can send a signal to say, hey, I am submitting this for the survey, that Etch-a-Sketch is going to go into it and lower the average even more. What Steam needs to do is look at the machines that are gaming PCs and then use those only. But there are a lot of machines out there that have just got really, really bad setups that are like ancient. But those are still being factored because people still use those to play their indie games or whatever. But that overall brings the average down. Oh no. I don't know what that is. That's new. That's not my Wi-Fi. Uh, so this is like a placeholder thing, this whole screen. I haven't quite figured out how to do it without using a stream placeholder to get this whole StreamYard thing working, and I've never bothered to try and work it out fully myself. So that's new from a recent update. That StreamYard did. I didn't even notice that until now. But this is the point, right? Any machine that can run Steam, you complete the survey. If it's literally a potato, it's going to lower the average. So when you've got people like DBatch using the survey, it's so disingenuous. It's so stupid to rely on data that is just not reliable. Because it's not a controlled environment. If you want data to be completely reliable, you're going to have to get those machines that are actually, people that are designing them for gaming rigs. That £200 laptop that someone bought isn't going to play Wukong, but it is going to lower the average of the Steam reviews. And a lot of people don't understand that. They don't get how averages work and how it can really, really harm the overall number. Sandra, it's something that StreamYards has introduced recently that wasn't there before. As long as you have a stable internet connection, it will run just fine. But this is why I don't understand why people keep referring back to, oh, the Steam survey charts. It's rubbish. They're not a true reflection of what it is. $4070 Ti is a good card. But yeah, $10 for Silent Hill HD collection. For those of you that do have the urge to play Silent Hill, it's not bad. Although it doesn't look as nice as the next gen version. You see what I've started, Steve? It's a revolution. My son is using a 2080 Super, and he's got no problems. Obviously, you're not going to run anything on Ultra, but, well, depending on the game, I guess. But he's still having no problems playing games. Ron, eventually, that is exactly what's going to happen. They're just not there. They're just not there yet. So, how many here are actually buying Metaphor Re Fantasia? If you pre-order it, you get XP boosts. See? XP boosts. Even more reason to actually pick it up, right? Mate, what is this? Now that we're talking about ReFantasia, what is this? Jesus. Why are they zooming in so much? I never get the whole zoom in process. I don't think I ever will. Anyway, moving on to greater things and talking about Ubisoft, because Ubisoft has been in the news for quite a bit this week and last week, and the rumors of Tencent buying them out may not be as truthful as it actually seems, because they're kind of cucked at the moment until 2027. They are not allowed to increase their shares anything higher than 49.9%. They're also not allowed to sell their shares until 2030. Or is it the other way around? It could be the other way around. But as of right now, Tencent can't actually purchase or sell their shares for Ubisoft. They can't actually do anything. Remember a few streams ago, I was saying that there's a bigger agenda here going on with Ubisoft, and that the way they're going and tanking the company, it doesn't look normal. It looks like they're preparing for a buyout. I guess I was right? I mean, that's where it was heading all along. Oh, right. I see what you mean, Ron. Good good job. I don't know why they're comparing the S to the PS5. It's so stupid. The S is like a £200 machine. Why are you comparing a £500 machine to a £200 machine? The fact that you want to compete with that is kind of weird. Oh, and Brick, I did it. Not only last night did we finish the Archon quest, but I did Kenichi's quest too. I got all my Freemo gems. Look, I don't know what you're talking about, Brick. That Series S picture looked absolutely amazing. Ah, truly the converted, Leafstorm. Truly the converted. Love to see it. But, yeah, I always knew that there was a bigger issue going along. And honestly, I think they were using the community and the backlash and everything else that was happening to their favor to tank the share prices. Because the more this stuff went on with Assassin's Creed Shadows, the more they actually didn't do anything. They doubled down. They weren't reacting to it, right? No company would sit there and watch themselves burn at the stake and not do anything about it. But Ubisoft did. And it all seems like the whole thing was premeditated. They knew what they were doing. They knew what was happening. Now they've put out a little apology thing to kind of show that, they want to listen now. They always wanted to listen because they like money. But the whole purpose of what was happening with Ubisoft was purely to sell the company. I don't even know if that's legal at this point, but they're going to get away with it. And the Guillermo family is going to buy it in its entirety, right? They're going to pick it up because they have a controlling 51% market, 51% shares. And Tencent, even if they were to buy more shares, at least until 2027, but I think it might be 30, they can't actually, on paper, show they have more than 49.9%, even though that's what they have right now. I played a little bit, probably until about 2:30, 3 o'clock in the morning. That dude that got burnt to a crisp, he got what was coming. But yeah, it seems like the whole thing was orchestrated from the get-go, right? The whole thing was orchestrated. But, Tencent right now are screwed. I think it was in this article. It was. There you go. Where is it? They cannot increase their stake in Ubisoft until 2030, so Tencent can't take a controlling majority over 49.9% until 2030. So they have another 6 years, or 5 and some bits. And they can't sell their stock until 2027. So honestly, Tencent in this situation are so hard done by. It's not even funny. Because right now, Tencent has 49.9%. Then they purchased an additional 9.9% Ubisoft stock. So they actually have over 50% of the stock. But until 2030, they cannot increase it. So the Guillermo bros will have complete control until 2030. And then it looks like that is going to turn to Tencent in 2030. Unless Tencent decide in 2027 to sell their stocks. And I'm guessing the Guillermo bros are going to try and buy some of that stock back now, or well, in 2027, to maintain their majority. But this is kind of crazy what's happening here. The Guillermo family really has orchestrated a well and truly, absolutely crazy master plan. And now if you're looking at this, which is about 3 years old, this image, albeit, they'll own all of these combined. Not Sony, of course, but that's huge. Embracer obviously have sold a bunch of their studios, so they're no longer the size that this is, because this is from 3 years ago. But when you're looking at it, Tencent and Ubisoft combined are going to become the biggest publisher in the gaming market. In terms of studios. That's mental. They may have Ubisoft. The Guillemot family may have just pulled off the greatest heist of all time when it comes to the video games industry. And they're going to get away with it as well. This is like GTA in real life. But then you have this, right? They're going to make 10 Assassin's Creed titles. They're going to release 10 Assassin's Creed titles in the next 5 years. 10. I bet 5 of them are mobile. They have to be, right? At this point, they have to be mobile. They gotta be, right? Did the chat die? This is what I'm saying, C2DD. I think it was all done. I mean, it's looking like it was all done deliberately to essentially give full controlling rights to the Guillemot family. I think you'll see that once with this sale, if this sale happens, with it happening, all of that is going to disappear overnight. Not sure, Leaf. Not sure. But overall, this has been a really interesting way of them dealing with everything. Crazy, crazy times. What do you think of this? This could be like, if EA looking at this right now, they must be crying, shaking in their boots. I don't know. I liked Mirage. I thought Mirage was a good game. Prince of Persia: Lost Crown was a good game. Might not be game of the year, but I think they were good games. And for what Outlaws is, as long as you ignore the fluff and the usual Ubisoft bloat, if you just play the campaign for the most part, it's not a bad game. It's a good game. It's the bloat that kills the Outlaws. There's just too much of it. But if you ignore the bloat, it actually turns into a decent game. They're doing a Black Flag reboot as well, yeah. No, that's. I think that's pretty much that remaster is pretty much confirmed. This is, if this actually gets pushed through EU countries, this is going to be a big, big blow for companies like EA, who rely on FIFA, Madden, the Ultimate Teams, NHL Ultimate Teams to actually push their stuff. That will cripple them overnight. And I'm all for it. Hey, what's up, Gregor? Diablo 4? Is it that bad? What pit? You need to get to that then, Sanchez. I just find they've got too much bloat. Assassin's Creed games generally just have. I mean, it's not just Assassin's Creed. It's all Ubisoft games. They just add way too much bloat. I know they're optional, but when you got abilities and stuff tied to them and they're not that interesting. Things do change, Steve. Things will change. When you see 400 V-Bucks for something, it doesn't look like a lot. But when they say spend $10 for it, that perception becomes a reality. You think twice about it. 400 V-Bucks has no value. 100 V-Bucks has no value. But saying something is £3 has a value. It's a 1-to-1 correlation. You don't have to sit there with a physics degree trying to work out, what each point or buck actually converts to in real money. And half the time, they also say, hey, look at this really amazing skin. Only 800 points. And then you go to the store, they have they'll have 200, 400, 700, but they won't have that 800. You'll have to buy the extra 200. And then you've got 100 surplus, and then you see something else, and you're like, oh, I'm only 100 short. So then you buy that 200. You buy it, and then you've got 100 surplus, and then that vicious cycle continues. It's all psychological. It's done on purpose, and they know that it works, and it's proven to work. But when you put real money value against something, you think twice. It's like in the gacha game I'm playing now. You've got stuff that are worth Tanium, which is the in-game currency, which you don't really see the value to. And then you've got stuff that's actually labeled as real money. 89p, £2, £3, £12.99. And then you think to yourself, I'm not paying 13 quid for that. But when it's like 500 Tanium, it doesn't have a value to it. So it doesn't, psychologically, it doesn't feel like you're spending the same amount of money when you're probably spending more. You're an adult, Brick. That it was. What game was it that Ronaldo was going into? Was it Tekken? Is it Tekken that he's going into? Or is it Mortal Kombat, something like that? I don't know. He advertised that he was going to be a playable character in a video game. Fatal Fury, that's it. How is that even going to work? Ronaldo and Fatal Fury. Geese Howard is going to fuck him up. Hey, the whales keep the game working, so as long as they're paying and I get to play, I'm happy. Whales have no understanding or concept of what money is anyway. Yeah, but don't they have it for real money? The price of those skins are actual. They're not V-Bucks, are they? They're actual proper currency. There will be Ghosty. It's called Fatal Fury. Guerrero, City of Wolves. It's an old game, but I guess they're remaking it. Yeah, that got milked hard. Are there V-Bucks? Mate, I've gone into a midlife crisis. I've started buying figurines, and this is going to be a very, very expensive midlife crisis. If, for example, that passes gears where you earn the currency to purchase skins. I don't think that's how it would work. So you'll have your skins that you can purchase, but you can also earn them in game. There's no reason why you can't do both. What do you think of this? Both Silent Hill 2 and Metaphor ReFantasio will need the PS5 Pro for a smooth experience. Both games have performance problems on base consoles. The Xbox version hasn't been looked at by Digital Foundry, but according to Digital Foundry, both of these games on the PS5 just have problems and will need a PS5 Pro to run properly. Is that how Sony's going to try and entice their community to say, hey, we know you don't want to pay $700, but your games are going to run like crap if you don't. So pay up, buddy. Pay up, buddy. Yeah, I've got no. I played the demo. The demo ran really well. If this goes through, Devin, everything, all currencies will be gone. Or the best that these companies can possibly hope to happen is that the points that will be there, the in-game currencies, will be like for like, right? So a hundred V-Bucks will be £1, for example, and you'll have the choice to buy as many or as little V-Bucks as you want. They're no longer going to be able to sell you 800 V-Bucks, 1,200 V-Bucks, and nothing in between. If you want to buy 950 V-Bucks for £9.50, then you'll have that choice to go in and buy it. At that point, just change it into real money, I guess, but they'll still want the illusion that you're not spending as much. So I think that's going to be the compromise of where it goes. That makes a lot more sense to me. Hey, PS5 Blows, how's it going? How is GTA 6 going to make money back? Through game sales and through microtransactions. They're not saying they're going to remove microtransactions, they're just saying they're going to remove the predatory aspect of microtransactions. Hey, Diablo, no need to be sorry, my dude. I appreciate you being here. Brick, there is none. There is none at all. Or, Steve, they're just going to increase the value of the games again from 70 to maybe $80. There's talks of them wanting to do it. They're looking for a reason to do it. That would be like the perfect opportunity. But yeah, both Silent Hill 2 and Metaphor running not great on the PS5. Not a good sign, man. Not a good sign. But look at this. All you Dragon Ball lovers out there, Sparkling Zero, 90k concurrent users at the moment, and it's early access. Apparently, it's has over 91k current concurrent players. $100 to $109 early access crowd. That's crazy. I appreciate that, Diablo. At least the one solace thing you can take is that news has been quite slow as of late. Yeah, Chille is huge Dragon Ball fan. He loves it. He's all over the gacha game as well. When you get older, no one uses cookies. I mean, I guess so. To some degree. You wasn't joking, was you? Uh, I don't think it's the thermal bottlenecking, but the current PS5, well, at least the original one. I don't know if they fixed it for the Slim. So the thermal bottlenecking should only apply to the original, if that was the case. But the Slim should have rectified that. But the original PS5 has a problem where it runs at 3.5 gigahertz, which is the same as the Pro. The Pro base speed is 3.5. They've got the same CPU, which is why the Pro is weird. It should have taken a CPU bump, but it didn't. You can use the PS5 CPU has a turbo feature like Intel does and whatnot, and it allows it to gain 10% speed boost, which allows it to go to 3.8. Now, unlike the Series X, which has really good cooling, the Series X, if it needs to, can rely on that 3.8 or I think the CPU on the Series X is 3.8 anyway, so it can go a little bit higher on turbo and maintain it for as long as it needs to, and the cooling inside the machine does a good job in keeping the chip cooled. On the PS5, they cannot do that, at least the original PS5. the original PS5 will overheat, which is why you'll get like in PlayStation games, you get a really high octane scene where the machine is being pushed to its limits, and then it just completely crashes down where the CPU underclocks to cool down. And that's all intentional. They may have fixed that with the Pro and the Slim, but that's why the original PS5s were overheating, because it couldn't maintain 3.8 gigahertz. Now, that's a big if when it comes to the Pro, if they've actually fixed that problem or if they still have that same problem, because don't forget, the PS5 original was way bigger than the Slim, and the Pro isn't that much bigger than the Slim. It's actually very similar in size. They can use the same faceplates. So, it could still be susceptible to the same overheating if they haven't reworked the internals. That would be a big blow for PlayStation. Hey, the Ponybot Arthur's here. Welcome back, dude. Nice to see you. I just want some cool gaming news. We haven't really had much lately. Right? In terms of like cool gaming news, like new hardware or new tech, it was cool when the PS5 Pro got announced for a little bit, but then everyone went mental and started comparing a 4090 to a PS5 Pro. And then you had D-Batch coming along thinking that the PS5 Pro was more powerful than a 6090. I don't know. It just got weird out there. And it's kind of continued. They're still comparing the two. It doesn't make sense to me. If you want a PC, go buy a PC. If you want a console, keep a console. It's not that hard. I don't know. That's just my thoughts. What's this? There's one part of Metaphor ReFantazio that feels like a step back from Persona. Metaphor ReFantazio, the upcoming fantasy political drama RPG from Atlas, is only a few days away from its October 11 release date. It's a play anywhere on Xbox if you buy it digitally. So if you buy it, you can play it on Xbox and PC, and it's accessed through your Game Pass app as well, which is slowly becoming my go-to app. Broadly, the game takes the social sim and time management mechanics of the Persona series and fine-tunes them to make a truly exceptional RPG that represents a step forward for the studio in a lot of ways. Still, having played both, and it and Persona 3 Reload earlier this year, I've got one nitpick. I wish Metaphor ReFantazio had more voice acting. No! Kotaku actually has a good take. Kids, look outside. See if there's a meteor coming. Or if there's any natural disasters happening. Kotaku just had a good take. Huh? Oh no, you can go back to bed. I was just seeing if there was any natural disasters happening because Kotaku had a good take. Because they always have bad takes. Have a good night. There's no way. Kotaku actually had a good take. No way. No, this can't be real. I refuse to believe it. They have to say something really stupid now just to balance it out. To be clear, I don't mind the hours of reading. Metaphor's dialogue is sharp and the writing and cadence successfully avoid the awkward, stilted writing of the original Persona 5 translation, which was improved in Royal, but sadly, huge amounts of the game's dialogue aren't read aloud by its stellar voice cast. That's a stark contrast to Percent Free Reload. They're still having a good take. This is not good. This is bad. What is the world coming to, chat? I know, Goggle. I know. Well, how do you clean the Series X? You have to void your warranty and open the backup, which is one of the things I don't like about the Series X. At least with the PS5, you don't need to do that. You can it's literally just take the case off on the top. You just pull it off. There's, I think, two screws on the either side to take the metal shielding off, and then you just take the 4 screws off for the fan and clean the fan and put it back in. The PS5 is really easy to clean. And you don't void your warranty. Although by now your warranty's dead anyway, so go to town. Has to be a freelance. Who wrote this? Kenneth Shepard. I love skating in ReFantasio. Voice most famous for Find Out. Overwatch 2 hit second anniversary with little to show for it. I don't know. It feels wrong, chat. You see, even the page doesn't want to load anymore because it knows that what I've just suggested is wrong. Man, whatever happened to this game? Apparently this game came out with like no fanfare whatsoever. Infinity Nikki. Steve, you were saying that you wanted to play this, right? This was like your literal go-to. This was the one that you said was better than what was it? Gears. Wasn't this advertised by Sony a while in their showcase? Game kind of came out and no one cared. Seems a little sad that it kind of came and died. Did it die? What did it get in Metacritic? Infinity Nikki Metacritic. Did it even get anything? It hasn't had a single review. No one. Oh, Torque 8 screw is all you need? I'm probably going to do it for my Series X because I haven't done it in a while and my cooling, well, my warranty's gone. So I want to go in there and clean it out a little bit. I mean, that would be great, Sanchez. That's what I've got in my PC. They're really good. And it's begun, folks. It's begun. I told you. It's begun. This clown of a twat, it's already begun. I really don't like the way they single out people. It's so bad. It's so bad. Well, I can tell you the Series X does not have a 5-year manufacturer's warranty. I just don't get it though. Why? Why? Like, she's not done anything. At least see something from Halo before you actually start jumping the gun. Yeah, but Goggle, I'm not saying I'm for it. I'm saying I'm against it. I don't understand why they're attacking her. Like, instead of celebrating how good the surroundings, the visuals look, the fact that Halo is probably on to the best path it's been in God knows how long, the first thing they want to do is target someone that works there and just go all out and destroy them. I just don't understand. Exactly, Diablo. That is what it's all about. If the game is shit, then people don't buy it, and then they realize that they screwed up. But at least give the game a chance. It's not even in friggin' development yet. That was just a technical demo of what Unreal Engine can do. I've seen idiots out there that said their new Halo is 80% complete in development and it's coming out next year. They're loopy. That is so bad, Steve. That is so bad. For that, Gears is definitely now coming in 2026. Coalition is in the chat right now and they've seen what you said. And as a punishment, just for you, they're leaving it to 2026. It's just so dumb, man. I don't get it. It just pisses me off. I'm not even going to give him any more time of day. It just doesn't make sense to me. It's just pointless. Yeah, but with Concord, you saw the characters when the game was in development. The game hasn't even entered pre-production potentially. You're talking about something that doesn't exist. Obviously, with Unreal Engine, you don't need 20 years to make a game. You can make it in 2-3 years. It probably is in pre-production, to be fair. But, development's going to be a lot quicker in Unreal Engine than it would be in Slipstream. At least let's see something. Now, if you see a Halo, if you see Master Chief running around with roses and dingle things wrapped around his waist with flowers everywhere and whatnot, then you can complain. Then then you go all out. I'll join you. Certain things just shouldn't be tampered with. But as of right now, at this point in time, nothing has been tampered with. It's like that person, Ishiki, the girl from The Ghost of Yote. Everyone is going mental about her, and I guess they've moved on now to this woman here. But they were on her case like nothing. She was blocking people left, right, and center. And, they were saying how they're going to boycott the game and all this because she's in there and her political views. But my question is, she's been the voice actor for Anna Bray for God knows how long. Almost, 3 years? Why didn't anyone care? They clearly knew who she was. They clearly knew what she stood for 3 years. No one cared. So why do they care now that she's the voice actor for Ghost of Yote, but didn't care when it was thing? There's a bit of a fake bollocks going on as well, right?
Thanks Devastator 2000 for Super Chat $1.48. I walked in on Angry Chaos. I'm confused now XD.
Hey, Devastator. Thank you very much for that $2 Super Chat. It's this whole kind of forced propaganda bollocks. I mean, I get there's some reason for it. You know, I get it. You know, people have been pushed a little too far, in my opinion. So I totally get the other side. But these people like this, nah. She's done nothing wrong as of now.
2000 tip $2 through Super Chat. I walked in on Angry Chaos. I'm confused now XD.
Ultimately, C2DD, yeah. Ultimately, you're right. And I just don't agree with it at all. You know, I think there's a boundary that shouldn't be, I think, things need to be fair, and I don't think they have been over the past few years. I think, one sector of the community has been catered for way more than the other. I'll agree with that. And I think people aren't liking that. I can agree with that as well. But the way they're going out and just attacking people is just so wrong. It's just so bad. It doesn't need to happen. It does not need to happen. And I think it's just really stupid. And it just annoys me. It just really, really triggers me. By the way, chat, was there anything you wanted for me to react to? I've been told that I should ask for any form of clip. Okay, look, chat, look. No one likes the bully. I agree with that. But I guess there are female guardians, so this doesn't feel too bad when I think about it. But that is the new cosmetic for the guardians. No, I agree with that, Tarnished. That I agree with. It's the witch hunts that I have a problem with. I'm now envisioning everyone wearing this running up to the witness. Oh, gaming. I'll have a look. I've got this mental image now of all 6 guardians running up to the witness with that on, and the witness going, "Do you know what? I give up." That was my thought, Devastator, but I'm not sure. Oh. I mean, it's we can hear him out and see what he says. Right? Let's dig up the video. Let's dig up the video. I don't know. Looking at it, it just made me giggle. Although I think I might buy Infinity Nikkei for my daughter when she comes back as a little gift. I think she'll like it. But first thing first, I need to pick up ReFantazio. I want those pre-order bonuses, and I'm not going to play it for about another 4 months, I think. Now that I think about it. But I want to support the game, so I'll buy it. Oh yeah, 100% Alpha. I don't want to play a game 30 FPS. If I don't have a choice, and that is literally the only way to play it, fine. I may push through. But just look how long it's taken me to beat Final Fantasy 16 because of the frame rate. Although that was a really special case. Because the way the frame rate was fluctuating so much, it was actually giving me motion sickness. But it took me over a year to finish it. Are you guys sure he released a video? All I'm seeing is, does it suck more? Oh, okay, I found it. And it was in 3 days. Thank you very much. You actually respected my criteria I set to these videos. I appreciate that. I do appreciate that. Devastator, from the trailers that I saw, by the way, on that point, Devastator, is there any bonuses that you get for playing the demo going into the final game? Like, for example, with Visions of Mana, if you play the demo and you've got, well, the prologue demo, and you have a save file, the game will recognize it when you get it, and you get some free stuff when you go into the game. Does ReFantazio do anything like that with the demo? I haven't really checked. You sent me a pic on Discord? Wait, shit, you wasn't joking. I'm not gonna lie, I thought you was joking. I genuinely thought you was joking. Running Doom on an E. coli. Wait, why is that there? Oh, you're watching it. Okay. I was wondering, why is that there? Confused me. It would take nearly 600 years to finish playing this MIT student's iteration of the classic video game. You can technically play Doom using bacteria displays. It just might take you half a millennia to do it. That's crazy. That's not only just crazy, but that is awesome. This is so damn cool. Oh, I know. And some of those guys, they can pull it off like a boss as well. It actually suits them. If I wore a pink shirt, I'll be honest with you, I'd look like some weathered cherry. And not the good kind either. Just saying. When you're playing it, you want to see me finish it. I think you've drank too much, buddy. I'm starting to think that maybe you have started drinking Macallan after all. So Destiny isn't getting any new expansions, but they're going to get updates. That's all they're getting now. So I think they released their new update just today. From what I've heard, it's 90 minutes worth of gameplay, and then you go back to the usual grind of doing the same thing over and over and over and over again. All right, let's check this out. Let me know if it's too loud or not. Man, he looks like he's dead already.
Casca here, and today we're going to do a bit of an angry rant because I feel like the industry is not only bad as it currently exists, I have a feeling that here in the next couple years, gaming is about to get a lot worse, but in a different way. In 2024, we've had a bunch of games that launched broken, that were overpriced, that straight up did not have enough features, unoriginal, or just in general, it feels like gaming has hit this weird rough patch where it feels like 90% of the stuff that's released sucks or is just suckier than it's supposed to be. But let's talk about a new quote that came out that is kind of riling up the internet. Hi, hope you're having a great day, and if you could please give this video a like and subscribe if you haven't already. Now this is going to be a very long kind of rambly video where we're going to talk a lot about the nature of art and the impact of video games because this is stuff that is incredibly important to me. So this is kind of a sequel to the video I did yesterday talking about the disappointment with the Until Dawn remake. Now, a lot of people do not like it for a bunch of reasons, but the biggest problem is they removed the uniqueness of it. The original Until Dawn had this interesting blue filter to it that made it where not only were characters' features much more creepy, everybody constantly looked like they were bathed in moonlight, but as you can see, even made the menus a lot easier to read. I've heard a lot of people playing the game, you can't even see a lot of the QuickTime events and stuff because they try to go for hyper-realism, which
Bollocks, you can't see the QuickTime events. If someone crap at video games like me can not make one mistake, shut up. No way. That's rubbish. That's fake news. Also, for the record, I prefer the bottom one to the top one. I think the bottom one looks better.
which meant even the button prompts are harder to see. A lot of people are saying, why would you even want to change this? Now, I wasn't going to talk, but then I saw this. So this is about the film industry, but I've seen a bunch of game directors, game developers and stuff chiming in that this is probably going to happen to us next. Studios are assembling superfan focus groups to assess
Hey, I did not make one mistake on those QuickTime events. I was there perfect.
various materials for a franchise to avoid social media backlash. They will tell us, if you do that, fans are going to retaliate. If it's early enough and the movie isn't finished yet, we can make those kind of changes. Now, this is stupid for like 15 different reasons that we're going to get into, but even on the surface, I feel like the biggest thing that people kind of forget about is that art is not specifically supposed to be a catch-all. I mean, maybe this is going to be a weird take. Not every video game has to be for every person. I feel like the worst part of this current era of media, I feel like we've gotten to the Netflixification, where back in the day, if you wanted to watch like a gritty, crazy television show, you'd turn on something like HBO. You'd watch The Sopranos, one of my favorite shows.
I don't get this. Like, why would you record yourself sitting there playing a Switch? Anyway.
Shows of all time. If you wanted a silly comedy, you turn to the Animation Hour of Fox and see Family Guy back to back with The Simpsons, stuff like that. Every channel was trying to do its own thing, but now in the era of streaming services and subscribing to freaking streaming services, every freaking streamer is trying to do everything at once. Netflix is trying to do animation and big budget and indies and thrillers and like a heartfelt drama where your wife has super booby cancer and stuff like that. And so because of it, they're always
why you gotta attack the boobies? And there's literally no reason why you had to go and immediately attack the boobies. See, my dude is one of them. He has to be. He just don't like boobies. He clearly does not like boobies.
grounding because half the projects are failing and half are succeeding.
I know, right, Bullet? I never put stickers on my consoles, ever. I think it makes it look tacky and horrible, and I just like the original way it looks. I never put stickers on there. I don't get why anyone does that. It makes it look so nasty.
The movie industry, though, I think is indicative of what's happening with the gaming industry right now, which is that as consoles sell more and more and more, There's like 125 million Nintendo Switches. There was 114 million PlayStation 4 sold. There's already like 75 million PlayStation 5 sold. Now that the pool
And 110 million Xbox Series consoles sold. You don't talk about that now, do you?
is so big, I feel like every developer is trying to do the biggest capture possible. They call it audience capture. They're trying to sell games to everybody. And so instead of having a small, very dedicated fan base that loves your stuff, you're throwing this wide net that's full of holes, and now nobody's getting caught, and you're confused as to why you're sitting there freaking so messed up. I feel like an interesting example of this is Warhammer 40k Space Marine 2, because this game, I gave it a 10 out of 10. A bunch of people gave it a 10 out of 10. And I almost think it's the fact that it's a tinier game that's focused on a particular audience. It's just fun. It's just the Lieutenant Titus going on a freaking alien killing spree of Terminids and trying to protect the glory of the Emperor. This game is not trying to be Call of Duty. It's not trying to sell Call of Duty numbers. It's not trying to be as big as Pokemon. It knows it is a niche game. So in the creation process, they focused on making something that is exactly what they would want to play. And they did it for the tiniest budget possible. But now, because every game is getting overscoped, now everything has to have 80 billion side quests and 20 hours of filler and a boxed collector's edition that's $500. And
Why is he talking about Ubisoft? Ain't they like the only one that meet that criteria? Ubisoft are the only ones that meet the criteria he just set out.
a battle pass that the studio may get closed before they're even done making battle pass content. I'm annoyed because I keep thinking of stuff like Sam Barlow is the guy who directed Immortality. Now, if you didn't play Immortality, it's really, really good. But additionally, it is essentially an interactive movie. You're a person that's trying to fast forward and rewind these tapes of some incomplete movies, and you start to see these like otherworldly, possibly shape-shifting vampires. It's a really creepy game. It is a really, really, really good game. It actually got a bunch of awards of best game of 2023 when it came out, or 2022. But
I've seen him have one or two good takes, and I've credited him. I just think he has, at the moment, he hasn't had one.
my point is the fact that the game is very bizarre, and Sam Barlow pretty much funded it with his team by themselves. They made the entire game, and they didn't care if anybody bought it. Like
something he said earlier, which was a good take, which I was going to stop because I thought he was going to actually follow it on more, but he actually didn't, because I was hoping he'd build on it. In the past, games were kind of tailored for set audiences. Obviously, that meant that the influx of revenue was fixed. You're kind of knowing what you're going to get because you're only catering for your audience. Today, with the ballooning prices of, dev costs, they're trying to appeal to everyone. And in doing so, they appeal to no one. It's very hard for you to try find a game that tries to appeal to everyone and then everyone likes it. It's just really difficult. It can happen, but you've got much more chance of success when you aim for your audience and try to captivate that audience. And then if that audience then passes on that goodwill to others that might enjoy it, happy days. But that doesn't happen anymore. So, the rise of live service kind of blew that away. And that's a shame. So I was kind of hoping he'd build on that because he was actually going somewhere good with it, but he didn't.
yes, everybody's trying to make their money back. Everybody is trying to make a project that is ambitious and cool, but also makes it so you can eat, I mean, even I like to make the videos that I think will get views, that'll be fun for me to do, but also will make it so I can keep eating 18 protein bars a day. But I get annoyed when people are trying to make stuff purely for the audience.
And ultimately, when it comes to content creation, that's it, right? I mean, he said it right there. He makes videos that he knows will get views. And he doesn't make videos that he doesn't. Bottom line is, no views mean you don't make any money, which means you can't continue streaming. You can't continue making content because if you don't have anything coming in to make it worth your while, This shit takes a long time. It's not like a 5-minute thing to make a video. Making a 10-minute video probably requires about half an hour to 2 hours of, research from beforehand, and then you've got all the editing and the post editing that might come along with it. Then uploading, if your internet is pleb like me, creation of thumbnails, adding in of any extra material. So you're looking at a video usually taking 3-4 hours, possibly more for a basic video, and then up to 2-3 days for a complex video. If it doesn't make money, then you kind of have to go away or do what makes you money. Not everyone is stupid like me, is what I'm trying to say. People like to make money. I'm stupid.
Audience instead of for the art or for the fulfillment. They don't know what the fans want. No one does. This is a quote a lot of people talked about, and I feel like it's such a great point. This guy here does a bunch of stuff with Super Beard Bros, all sorts of stuff. Alex Farsi, this guy is super smart, and he said this: just let people who are good at stuff try stuff. Some will fail, but movies used to have like 50-year tales. Backlash is good. It means bold decisions were made. Disney made better stuff before they listened to us. And this is such a great point, because we're going to talk about movies, but also the video game aspect of it. Like back in the day when they started making Final Fantasy, there was no Final Fantasy before that. They didn't know if it would be a success. I mean, famously, the name of Final Fantasy is even because they were about to go bankrupt. It was the final dream of the studio at the time, Sunsoft, to make a game that would hopefully help them break even. So they put all their hopes and dreams into it, and it was their Final Fantasy.
Incorrect. So he's actually wrong there. So basically, Sunsoft actually went bankrupt, and the liquidators came in to basically take items from the building, to cover the costs of debts that they accrued. You can look this up. It's all documented. The developers basically asked the liquidators if they can work for free to get this game out for their fans, and it was supposed to be called something else. We don't really know the name. And they pleaded that they would work for free to get this game out, and that will be the final hurrah. And the money that they made from the game would go straight to the liquidators. It wouldn't go to Sunsoft, because they were going to disappear. So what happened then was the liquidators went back, got permission, and they agreed in a really odd turn of events. So they were quite vocal with their community at the time, with interviews and stuff, whatever they were doing. So they let their community through, forum posts and stuff like that, because that, that's what used to be the big thing back then. You used to have boards and stuff like that, if you remember that. And, well, it turned out that Final Fantasy, as its name, because this was supposed to be the final game, turned out to be a big success. And with it, they paid off the debts of Sunsoft entirely and had money left over. And instead of the company being shut down, they were saved. And then they moved on to Final Fantasy II, where they made 100 copies that sold out instantly. Then they made another 100 copies to try and sell them out as well. And the revolution that became Final Fantasy grew from there. But that's the story. They were actually in liquidation. And for some reason, the creditors that came around to liquidate them agreed to allow them to work for free to actually get the game complete in order to try and make some money through game sales to cover the debt. Because I don't think what they had in the building would have covered the cost of how much they owed.
For it to succeed, and it did. I mean, it's bizarre to me that now we keep seeing people just try and make stuff that they hope is profitable instead of hope it's good. Back in the day, it's weird to think about the amount of movies that just bombed, like The Thing. I love The Thing. Everybody loves The Thing. That's not even a controversial opinion.
How many people here don't like the movie The Thing? Come on, it was a good movie. Hey, John, how's it going? And hello to all the others that came into the show recently. Saw a few people come in. Yeah, the Carpenter one's great.
that game was very much maligned by critics and stuff at the time when it initially released. A bunch of movies came out and bombed back in the day that now are very, very much beloved darlings.
You should see it, Britt.
And it's because they didn't listen to the studios. It's because they didn't listen to the audience. It's because they did just want to make good stuff. Say goodbye to anything interesting happening in the huge franchises. No more swings, no more bold choices, just pandering to the most boring section of the fan base. Now, I like this because I think we're in a weird spot where fans are right a lot of the time. So I'm not going to act like groups of fans are wrong about everything. It's the fact that if you're trying to do something different, unique, fun, bold, fulfilling, it takes those dangerous moves, right? Like, I worked at a bookstore for 10 years. I've read lots and lots and lots of books. I've probably read thousands of books. Most of them just like random fiction. So I'm not, obviously I'm not a smart guy, but I do enjoy a good tale. And I always remember one of the books that blew my mind the most is something I'd never seen, I'd never heard of. I primarily read like fantasy novels, and one day a family member told me about Kurt Vonnegut, and this book specifically, Slaughterhouse-5. It's really short, it's got 208 pages. I read this in one day. You can read it, it's got big font, very easy read, you can read it in like 3 hours. This is this is a book about a guy who gets unstuck in time. He's at a bombing in World War II, and he gets unstuck in time. And so he perceives his life out of order. So constantly he'll see a friend that's like very sick and old, and the next day he wakes up, and all of a sudden his friend's young, and they're hanging out, and everything's good. So he experiences the rest of his life, but out of order. I promise I'm getting to a point. The book is incredibly good. Every time somebody dies or has something bad happen, he just says, "So it goes." I literally have "So it goes" tattooed on my chest because of how good that book is. And my point is that Kurt Vonnegut talks about the fact that he didn't write this book for the critics. He didn't write this book for the fans or anything like that. He wrote it because he thought it was a story that was fun to tell. And I'll be damned if it ain't fun to freaking read. I feel like video games have this weird obsession with trying to make sure they're as pleasing as possible. And I almost feel like I enjoy when something challenges me. Not just difficulty-wise. I think it's interesting when a game does something very, very unique. When a game actually tries to go in its own lane, especially if it succeeds. Night Sky Prince here, he's a big Final Fantasy YouTuber, says art is dead because this is so bad. I still think about stuff randomly like Mass Effect. It's weird that Mass Effect has basically come and gone. Like, I know they're technically making another one, but at this point, I think everybody that wrote, directed, programmed, coded, play-tested the original game is gone long since. But anybody who played the Mass Effect games as they were initially coming out, it was mind-blowing because the first game was pretty clunky. The first game did not have very good mechanics. The first game had a lot of issues. Second game, much more playable. If you play the remake of the whole trilogy, it's really, really good. They also fixed a lot of the problems with 1. And then 3, even if it did have a very controversial ending, the conclusion of the Mass Effect trilogy is still really, really unique. A lot of people still are talking about the Mass Effect trilogy today. Now, if they did a bunch of play testing, of market testing, of audience capture, if they just spent there for 10,000 hours asking people what kind of aliens they want to see, what kind of guns they want to see, player feedback is important. But I do feel like, in my mind, and maybe I'm dead wrong, Mass Effect is the kind of game that was made because they weren't listening to people. Same with something like The Witcher. The original Witcher.
See, I think there's a good amount of truth to what he's saying. People don't know what they want until they get it, and then they realize what they wanted isn't what they wanted. Is that a spider? No. But I think what's happened now with this whole, movement for SBI and whatever that's come in, that's actually complicated and convoluted the situation 10 times worse. What you hear now as, oh, it was a creative decision, no one believes that anymore. And so the community reacts in a negative way. I think this is what me and D2DD was talking about earlier, C2DD. It's changed over time, and as political agendas have entered the video games industry, they've entered the movie industry, instead of the gamers telling them or the audience telling them what they want, you've now got another subsect of people telling them what they want and how it should be. And that's not what the majority wants. And you can see that's not what the majority wants because no one's watching it or no one's playing those games. And yet they're not, so they don't even have that creative freedom now. The creative freedom they had during the OG Xbox era or the 360 era, the PS2, PS3, it doesn't exist anymore. That creative mind thinking just isn't there. You don't have it. You see Hideo Kojima making these really weird and crazy games that make no sense whatsoever, and in reality just shouldn't work. And it's never going to appeal to some people. It's never going to appeal to a lot of people. But the ones that it does appeal to have a really great time playing something just weird and wonderful and different, right? Because he decides that he doesn't care about what that status quo is saying.
2000 for super chat $1.48. Bye. I loved my 2-part space opera called MEXD.
Nice. Thank you for that, Devastator. But you see what I'm saying? So what's happening now is that creative decision, that was lost quite some time ago. It's been lost for the past 5-6 years, maybe longer. And instead of it being the audience, instead of it being the community who's interested in that product, actually coming in and, telling them what they want and what they enjoy, or the creatives just saying, look, we're going to create something that we want to create. Now you've got another subsect faction that isn't the gaming community, that isn't the watching community, who are stepping in and dictating what they want them to do. So the creatives haven't just now been snipped. They've been snipped for some time. And what we're seeing now isn't the creative freedom that everyone keeps touting on about. What we're seeing now is all of them having their wings clipped. And the end result is just from a different perspective of what people want. And it's not working. It's just not working. And I also agree that giving the gaming community, letting the gamers or the movie watchers tell them exactly what they want isn't going to work. Not all the time. I'd say it won't work the majority of the time. But at the moment, the actual people behind that want to get those creative ideas out, I just don't think they've had that capability for quite some time. And this isn't something new. This has been going on for a while now.
Games are made by such a tiny, CD Projekt Red was an incredibly tiny group of passionate Polish developers who wanted to go out and make something about their favorite books.
People want that experience they felt when they first played that new game. Now they've just churn out the same games with the same gameplay, just a different NPC. There's truth to that as well. But if they're being clipped by their wings and they're not allowed to use their own creative ideas, you're also going to find that they don't care for the game either. They're just running through the mill. That level of care or interaction just doesn't come out. And that doesn't always mean that there's going to be a good game at the end of the road. But at least they created the game that they thought was going to be good. I don't know. I'm going to use Concord as an example because it's the easiest one to use right now. They got so much backlash from it. When they showcased it, people saw the characters, people saw the gameplay. They got so much negative feedback. I don't understand why they wouldn't have gone back and said, look, this is just not what the community wants. We're not seeing any real uptake of hype here, interest here. We really should, at this point, just really consider delaying the game and making changes that we wanted to do. I can't for the life of me imagine that half the people in there wanted the game to be the way it was. It was unbalanced. It looked like it was ripped from Destiny. The characters weren't all that different. They looked very generic, nothing special. You know, there was no identity to the game. All it did was tick a number of boxes that would make it conform to the ideals of today, and then they released it. And ultimately, it got completely and utterly destroyed. Like, why would you do that? Because, in my opinion, the creatives just didn't have the freedom to do what they wanted. That's my point. That's what I believe happened. So instead of what he's saying here now, the gamers aren't always right, the film critics aren't always right, that's correct. They're not. They're not always right. But what is the bigger problem now is that instead of it being the community of the gamers and the movie addicts trying to push their point forward, you've got another subset of people now who are pushing forward with a political agenda to try and get their voices heard. So if you've got the gamers saying, oh, we want to see boobies and asses and tits, and then you've got the left going, no, we want to see none of that stuff, we want to see whatever, then the creatives can't do jack shit. They're literally hands tied behind their back, because if they go one way, they're screwed. If they go the other way, they're screwed. They can't please everyone. They can't be creative themselves because they've got people bombarding them left, right, and center as if they're fighting the Beetlegeese from bloody Monster Hunter. So what happens to the game? Sometimes you just need to leave the creatives to make the game they want. But in this day and age right now, they cannot do that. And that's why games in general come out the way they are. And it's a shame. It's a real shame. And I hope over the next 2-3 years, that kind of dies away and goes away and pisses off. Because it is affecting overall the gaming landscape. It is affecting the movie landscape. It is affecting everything that we consume as general media. It just needs to kind of go away and not come back. Just let people do what they want. You want to push your agenda? Go create a studio, make it yourself.
Series, which I don't know about you guys, I did not know that The Witcher existed until the game started coming out. And it's wild to me that now everybody knows what The Witcher is, of course, but also just the fact that it's wild they managed to make something so passionate and cool by themselves and it became such a mainstream success because they didn't listen. They made it.
I agree, Steve.
I keep thinking about stuff like Denis Villeneuve, obviously director of Dune, a bunch of different stuff, and he talks about the fact that he does not make stuff for the masses. He makes it for a single audience member, which is me. I like that video games are still aiming for the fences occasionally. Sometimes video games are still going for those big, epic moments, you know? This year we had some really good indies that I think got more attention because they were unique. Stuff like Crow Country, stuff like Balatro.
I get that, Diablo, but in some games it actually works, right? If you're looking at how, let's use Metal Gear Solid as an example. That game pretty much was all politics, right? But it didn't get the social politics involved. It was just politics. It was about war. It was about warheads. It was about one country or one faction trying to get a mobile nuclear weapon able to fire from any location they wanted and trying to gain world domination. I mean, Metal Gear Solid is all politics, and yet it worked. Because, as Steve said, it's about politics. It's not social politics. It's the social politics that has infected everything. And that's the core of the problem. They need to get rid of the social politics. Get rid of that, and gaming will start to heal. Everything will start to heal. But if you don't get rid of the social politics, then it will continue to, corrupt. And, Devastator's more or less on it.
I feel like there's a lot of stuff that's come out that is not just good, but stands out because at this point, people are craving freshness instead of just the same exact idea fed to us again and again and again. I want to end this with just one last thing. I'm very into fitness and stuff like that, right?
Me too.
Got
Look
my
at my
little
belly.
teeny tiny muscles and stuff like that.
Thanks,
And sometimes in
Devastator
bodybuilding, they
2000
talk
for
about the
Super
fact
Chat,
that
$1
lifting
and
is
48
good
cents.
for the
I
body.
loved Armstrong. He is the best politician ever.
Are we talking like Moon Armstrong? Or are we talking a different Armstrong? Devastator. Thank you very much for that $2 Canadian. C2DD, I do not consider Alan Wake woke. I actually think that Saga was really well placed into the story, and she wasn't just thrown in there for the sake of it. I think the way the story was told really made it work, and overall, I think Alan Wake 2 for me was my game of the year.
2000 tip $2 through Super Chat. I loved Armstrong. He is the best politician ever.
And look, I'm into it. Look at my belly, man. Oh, that Armstrong. Right, yeah. Okay, never mind. Yeah, Armstrong was... yeah, I'm way off on that one. I was way off. My apologies, Devastator. Yeah. Yep, I know which senator is talking about now. But yeah, C2DD, Alan Wake 2 was my game of the year last year. Like, it was my favorite game. I absolutely loved it from start to finish, the story, everything. And though I thought when I first played it, I was not going to enjoy it, considering Alan Wake 1 is one of my favorite, games of all time, because I wanted to play as Alan Wake, the way they told the story, it never ever felt like she was just put there as a token character. They put her in there as a integral part of the story that actually worked. And it was really well and smart the way they connected everything by the end of it. So, no, I don't see it woke, not one bit. I know people are going to call it woke because apparently the original character was white and then turned black. I don't care. None of that bothers me. She did a really good job. The character that was portrayed had great voice lines. Overall, I had a great time playing the game, and I want to play more. I get it, and they're wrong, C2DD. Alan Wake 2 is not wrong. And I would say Steven is wrong. I can't stop people's opinions, right? I can only place my opinion and stay true. And everyone here will know that from last year's show, I was upset that Alan Wake didn't get Game of the Year because I think it fully deserved it. I don't even know if it was nominated for the Game of the Year. I can't remember. But I will always push my opinion and let people know where I stand with it. There are certain games that I think, are woke. There are certain games that I believe aren't, and people are just stretching. I don't feel like, Ghost of Yotei is woke, for example, just because they've got a female character there. I don't care, what she says in real life. It's what they do in game. I'm playing a video game. And at the moment, we haven't seen F all of Ghost of Yotei. We've not seen any story elements. We've not seen any action sequences. We've not seen any drama sequences. All we've seen her is standing in the fields or in front of a door. And that's it. So people are crying that their game is woke. I disagree with that as well. I don't see it as woke. But then there are other games that purely are. Like, why would you change Mr. Freeze into a woman? Why? So I'm a lot more sensible, I guess you could say. It was nominated, right? Have a good one, Gorsty. Thanks for stopping by, dude. I appreciate it. That's because Kate wasn't wearing a bikini and Marcus Phoenix wasn't wearing a mankini. The moment they were, it would no longer have been woke. I'm just kidding, Steve. But no, I mean, I don't think that game was woke either. I think they tried to go in a different direction. They wanted to move away from Marcus, which I think was the wrong idea because Marcus is the right dude. I think trying to kind of make Kate and the son the central focus didn't really work. But it was something new that they tried, but it didn't work. I don't mind people trying something new and it not working because they're trying something new, something different. It's not always going to be a success. But doing the same thing over and over again, I mean, just look at Power World. That was a monumental success. Now you're seeing a bunch of Power World clones coming out, all wanting to emulate that exact success. Probably isn't going to happen. Sometimes you just need to change and change up the formula to create something fresh, new. And I didn't mind that. I didn't enjoy it as much, but I still played it and completed it. I appreciate that, Steve. I think I know which one you're talking about. I think I do. Have a good night, Gregor Poof. Byron, which one is it? Let me have a quick look before this finishes. And that'll be the final one I check out tonight. That one was 20 minutes long, dude. I'm going to react to that separately. I don't think people want to sit down and watch a 20-minute video. Unless if people want to watch a 20-minute video, we can do that. Has he got anything else to say?
Body strength is good for the soul. It's like an old adage, but it basically comes down to the fact that in order to grow big muscles, you do a lot of reps. You know, you got to do sets of 4 hypertrophy sets. You got to get harder and harder and harder, heavier and heavier and heavier. But strength training is typically just like 1 to 3 reps. It's trying to do lots of very heavy maxing out to strengthen your stuff. I'm very poorly explaining this, very minimalism. But my point is the fact that doing a bunch of reps is good for your muscles, but doing one big, like 315-pound deadlift like I did yesterday, that feels good for the soul. It encourages me to keep working, right? I feel like game developers have kind of just gotten obsessed with doing the reps, of going in there and cranking out a crappy workout because it's decently good for you and then going home with minimal effort. I'm not calling developers lazy, but it just feels like the industry has kind of lost the point. There's work that's good for the body, and there's work that's good for the soul. And art is undoubtedly good for the soul. And at this point, it feels much more dead than it's supposed to be. But
there's some truth to it. All right, chat. There is 2 videos, right? There is one called PS5 Pro Backlash is Sadly Fabricated Fanboy Nonsense by Poeta Rock, which I believe is about 10 minutes long. And then there's another one, which is what Byron was showing, and that is Apple and PlayStation Alliance to Change the Future of Gaming, ? That one's roughly about 18 minutes long. Which one do you guys want to watch? I have. I've done my nominations already. I was very disappointed to see certain games in there being ignored. Very disappointed. All right.
Video games are an absolutely ginormous business. As an industry, they are now dwarfing music, books, and movies, which is
I just want to add before straight from the start, he's got a good voice when it comes to recording. That deep voice, it does well. Like the radio voice, I like to call it, or a broadcaster voice. Devastator, I will react to that video tomorrow. Since there's no news at all. We can have a look at the nominees as well if people want. After this video, and then that should be it.
Is perhaps, if you're not a gamer, kind of weird, but if you are a gamer, well, you'll probably know fully well that budgets for AAA games at this point are absolutely massive. For example, many of Sony's first-party games are regularly hitting $200+ million US. The rumours for Grand Theft Auto 6 is that it's going to be around $1 billion, which is...
It's actually $2 billion. See, after all this, it still blows my mind that Ghost of Tsushima, which is, in my opinion, one of the best PlayStation games out there, for the PS5 at least, is a $60 million budget. It's crazy that they can make something so good for $60 million. But then you're looking at Spider-Man, which is like $300 million, and it's nowhere near as good.
Is kind of crazy, right? And so this brings a question for many: how the hell do budgets become so expensive, and how will the industry continue? Well, to answer the budget question, what you have to remember is the sheer number of people who are involved in actually designing a game. Programmers, designers, artists, musicians, the voice actors, people doing mocap, and so on and so forth. And that's to say nothing of the actual utility bills, the actual brick and mortar. It's all kind of expensive, and then think how long a game now takes to produce, and you can imagine why the budgets are what they are. So why am I bringing all of this up? Well, to be successful nowadays in the video game market, especially if you are a console manufacturer, is very difficult. There are tons of challenges, and we can see evidence of failed console manufacturers. For example, well, look at Sega and what happened to them. Growing up, Sega were an absolute force, especially in Europe, but there were so many boneheaded decisions that Sega made. With the Saturn, for example, it was very difficult to develop for. The dual CPU design was very difficult to maximize in terms of performance, not helped by crappy SDKs, quite frankly. Despite that, the console was very capable and had numerous advantages over the PS1 with the additional memory, really good at sprites, but it didn't really matter because Sega's marketing was also just absolutely terrible. They had Sega of America and Sega of Japan constantly butting heads, and ultimately they just started to run out of cash. So by the time the Dreamcast launched, they just didn't have the resources, and of course they'd lost a lot of the trust of end users, so ultimately the console just pretty much failed. So ultimately this is a story that when it comes to gaming, companies really need to continue to push their strategies and ultimately have a cohesive one to be successful. So the reason I start bringing up all of this ancient history is because Sony, of course, have been an absolute juggernaut in the gaming industry, but they also need to continue to forge very strong partnerships, and that's where this video comes in.
If you're running a copy of Windows 10 which isn't activated, of course, not only do you have to worry about the missing customization options, but there's also that annoying Windows desktop watermark reminding you to activate. Today's video is sponsored by WhoKeys.com, and they've an excellent price on Windows 10 Professional as well as home keys. Yeah, and they also of course sell games. I've bought a few Windows 10 keys with my own personal account to test everything was legit and worked in preparation for this sponsored video. You can pick up one of their keys for 25% off using the coupon code RGT in the checkout. There's links to their website in the video description. Also, if you're building a few systems, there's bundles available too. Again, you can check out WhoKeys.com and use the coupon code RGT for 25% off the listed Windows 10 key prices.
So now I really want to talk to you guys about a very intriguing rumour that I've been sent by someone regarding PlayStation and Apple, out of all companies. I want to stress that this is a source who has sent me something previously which turned out to be reasonably accurate, but they are not a usual source. Most of my sources lie within the hardware/spec side of things, and this is within the business plans and strategies.
Is that
With
better?
that said, I have run this by several people, and the general feedback that I've received is that while they have not personally heard this, again I've spoken to several people, they believe it's quite plausible based on the information they do know about. So this has led me to put this video off for almost a week, and honestly I just wasn't sure that I should put it out or not, but I decided to because if it is interesting it would mean that there's a seismic shift within the gaming landscape. But I did want to caveat this to say that I've not been able to verify this with other sources, but I find it extremely interesting, so perhaps it's going to ignite some discussion in the comments, or in the future if we do learn more about this, it'll be very interesting to see what differs versus this versus what was announced. Anyway, with that said, in a nutshell, this rumour is an indication of just how big of a business video games are now and just how important clever deals are between the companies for survival of the various business models. So, what I'm told is that Sony and Apple are currently speaking about collaborating, perhaps either as a joint venture or perhaps as some specific business group set up just purely for this endeavour, to a means to port more games for PlayStation to Apple devices such as Macintosh and iOS. Further to this...
Oh wow, PC was not enough for them. Now they're going mobile too. But you know what? It doesn't surprise me, but it's just not good. See, I don't think that doing it for iOS is going to work, because you need to have a specific iOS, well, a specific iPhone to get it working, right? The games won't work. They're blocked on other iPhones, and they just won't work. So you need to have a specific iPhone in order for that to work, and I just don't think doing it the way they're thinking of doing it is going to work. Not now, anyway. Maybe when mobile phones hit a plateau and the tech doesn't really move anymore, mobile phones could be a viable option. But with mobile technology constantly just improving with every iteration, year on year, with a better chipset, a better CPU processor that can just do more and more and more, the games are only as good as that one generation, and that's it. You have to have the best phone out there, or the best iPhone, whatever it is right now, in order to play the game, and it doesn't work. I mean, if you look at Resident Evil 9 that came out, was it Resident Evil 4 that came out on the iOS, it didn't sell well because it needed you to have the top of the range iPhone in order to get it to work, and you've just alienated a huge portion of your market.
Apple would also be responsible for ponying up a lot of the cash and also helping to market things. Now, I understand that this is going to be accomplished via a mixture of close business collaboration, and obviously in terms of porting, there is a lot of stuff that goes within this, but APIs and software, think middleware, will be co-developed within this group. Now, this is not 100% necessary, but the PlayStation OS is based on FreeBSD. We've seen this documented fairly well on the PS4, and I believe that this has continued with the PS5. For Apple, again, the Mac OS has a lot of similarities with FreeBSD, albeit, like Sony, they've customized and tweaked it with a plethora of enhancements for their specific hardware, the UI, and so on and so forth. To be clear here, I am not saying that PS5 and Mac OS are a copy of paste of one another, but think of it kind of like a shared family history between the two. Now, this doesn't matter 100%, I mean, after all, you've got Sony porting games to the PC from the PS5 all of the time, but still, it is a nice bonus. I won't go too deeply into the architecture of either the PlayStation or Mac or the software in this video, because I think this video is already going to be kind of lengthy already. But obviously, just as a quick reminder, there are multiple different APIs in the market which do stuff for graphics, audio, input, so on and so on. Microsoft's darling is obviously the DirectX, which Xbox was named after, the DirectX box. PlayStation has its own APIs, PS4 onwards use GNM. And
does anyone know where he's going with this? He's just rambling at this point. He's not going. I'm not seeing where he's going with this video. Yeah, but Brick, the difference with Hoyo is that their games will work on the iPhone X, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. It doesn't matter. Resident Evil 9 will only work on the iPhone 15. It will not work on the 14, for example. As long as your game works on a cross balance of whatever it is, happy days. But the reality is that's not how these next generation games are working. But I still don't know where he's going with this. It just sounds like he's rambling.
GNMX, which, as I said, I think the PS5
It looks like
is
he's
also
just
using,
trying
combined
to
with
create a
PSSL,
correlation
or PlayStation
between the two.
shader language. There's Vulkan, which is platform agnostic. It can work on the Switch, PC, Linux, Windows, and so forth. And for Apple, there's also Metal. And that also supports, of course, the traditional hardware stuff like drawing things on screen, but also compute shaders, ray tracing, and hell, I mean, Apple even have Metal FX, which sounds kind of badass, which is their upscaling solution. So basically think DLSS, FSR, or PSSR if you want. As a slight aside, I really love the names Metal and Vulkan. Maybe it's the metalhead pull from when I was in my late teens to early 20s, combined with being a Star Trek nerd. Anyway, if this turns out to be true, it would mean that Sony would essentially be porting more games to Apple. And this would mean that games to Apple devices and potentially limiting PC ports would depend largely on what Microsoft are doing. Now, I have to say that this is the part that myself and the source is uncertain about, and others that I've spoken to are also a little skeptical about this point. But essentially it's claimed that if Microsoft doesn't port many games to the PS5 in the future and instead double down on their own ecosystem, Sony may decide to reduce ports to Windows PC. Now, I'm sure we will see some games, especially, for example,
this guy is on something, isn't he? I'm just not seeing. I mean, the guy's joking, right? I don't know. Am I the only one excited for the Darksiders 2 update on the 15th? Nope, you are not. This guy is. I don't even know where he's going with it. Like, I genuinely do not know where he. Like.
Titles like Helldivers 2, but they also don't want to be perceived as weakening their own ecosystem and strengthening Microsoft's. Now, why would you see that as strengthening Microsoft's? Well, I think many of us would agree that to the average person, the PC, Windows is Microsoft. Now that's despite the fact that ultimately most PC users do not buy their games via Microsoft's own platforms. They will use Steam, Epic, GOG, and so on and so on. With that said, it's not rocket science, given Microsoft has stated hundreds of times at this stage that they want to grow Game Pass for PC subscribers as well as for their own consoles. Basically, this would be a way for Sony to strengthen ties on a new platform and also get more users, and for Apple to push more into the gaming market because, well, it's kind of lucrative, and it's also very hard to break into the gaming market yourself, especially when it comes to hardware. Speaking of hardware, Apple does have its own silicon. Again, I won't do a full breakdown of the various M silicon, M1.
Alright, I think I figured it out. I think I've got it. I think I figured it out. This guy wants the Apple and PlayStation merger to happen. I'm guessing he's a PlayStation fanboy. He doesn't want games to go to PC because Windows is Microsoft and PC is regarded as Microsoft's home territory. So he wants it to move away from there so they can be all in their own little ecosystem with Apple and PlayStation. This video isn't going anywhere. Yeah, I'll move on. That wasn't going anywhere. There is no way in this right now in the current landscape. They are not going to be doing that. They are not going to be doing that. Model wants to be the same. This is Sony trying to compete with Microsoft by using Apple. Yep. Alright, let's check out that Poeta Rock video. And if that's rubbish, I quit. Indeed, Woodpit. Nope. Okay, we'll start from there. Because he screams at the start of his video and I don't like it.
Hello gamers, this is your only friend these YouTube streets, Rock77. There's certain things I seen outrage on, and I don't think I seen a higher level of fake outrage than I.
Brick, it's just support. They have the in the UK. Apple have the biggest market share. I think their market share is something in the region of about 90%. Globally, Android has a much bigger market share, but if you start to take away the people that are using Android Gingerbread and Lollipop and whatever, the 3, 4s, 5, 6s, and get to the more tens and thing, it shrinks exponentially. iOS just has a bigger market share, so it's not so much about the ARM processor, it's more just support. Whoa, that's a 30-minute video. I'm not doing this. Dude, what are you doing? 30 minutes? No one's going to be sitting here for 30 minutes. Jesus. Byron, thank you for... That's too much, man. 30 minutes for a video on a stream is crazy. That's like an hour reaction. For gingers. So yeah, that's not gonna happen. Not tonight. Although I did see this while I was watching the video and strolling. So it's already started. Now they've started to go into picking out the Halo staff members. The witch hunt has started. The witch hunt on all the staff members that work for Halo Studios has officially started. Nah, I'm not watching it for half an hour. Not happening. It's just so sad. It's just so sad. But I don't think there's anything else, unless anyone has anything else they want to talk about. There was the thing, right? The golden... Someone sent me this. Does anyone know if it's any good? If there's any good takes in there while I'm digging up right now the golden joystick nominees. Alright, I found it. Yeah, so does anyone know anything about this clip? Because I've not seen it, and I don't want to waste 3 minutes of my life listening to something if it's not going to be good. Let's just have a quick listen to what these guys said, and then we'll go to the Game Awards. I found it, and we can go through.
Folks, and this is not fake generated hype. I have never been excited for a game, for an RPG, a JRPG, since Final Fantasy VII Remake, which I absolutely adored. And granted, I never finished it. I got almost 3/4 through the game, and it was just gorgeous.
I would dare say that Atlas has eaten Square Enix's lunch.
I think that they just might be. This year alone, if you look at everything that's come out for them this year, it has just been, and everything has been a banger. It hasn't been like, oh, there was, this game came out and no one really, every game that has come out, people were like, wow, this is what? So I think they are the new champions of the JRPG. I do think they have taken potentially a couple of steps ahead of Square Enix at this point.
Crown them.
Yep.
I'm with you.
Indeed. Listen, before I bring Jamie in, I just want to catch up on some super chats, some gifted memberships, but I do want to just address someone in the chat. Nerd Rick. Welcome to the program. It's a name that I don't normally see. And of course, if you are a PlayStation guy or gal, welcome, obviously. That's perfectly great that we appreciate everyone being here, whether it's PC, Nintendo, or PlayStation or Xbox, you're welcome here. He asked a question, and it's a bit pointed, I think. He says, so why are we only hyped for these games because Xbox has marketing? Why are you hyped for these games, though? Well, first of all, I'm a gamer. I have a PlayStation 5. Actually, 2 games were just delivered. That you didn't hear the bell ring. Silent Hill and the remake of the horror game. Oh, my God. Until Dawn. I bought them both. So, yeah, I guess I'm a PlayStation, an Xbot, or a Spony. I think that's how they do it.
It's confirmed, chat. He buys PlayStation games. It's game over. That's it. It's over.
Combination, both of them. It's a pony and an Xbox together. I'm not sure how that works, but yeah, I actually bought PlayStation games. Shocker, right? But that wasn't the topic, and I don't know why you feel that you're a little bit like angry about that, because that's a bit of an angry comment. I'm hyped because Xbox has marketing for some major IP in the month of October, and I think it's going to bring more people to Xbox. I don't think that those games being on PlayStation diminishes the hype or makes it better, but this is an Xbox show, right? And the Xbox topic specifically was about the marketing. So I don't know where the confusion is there, Rick, to be honest with you, but fine. I am hyped for those games, but not because they're on Xbox. I'm hyped for those games because Xbox is my console of choice. And I am going to play all those games and that DLC on my Xbox. I don't know if that aggravates you or not, but you are welcome to stay and listen to the rest of the podcast. But I appreciate you being here. Let me just catch up on the additional super chats here. So we have Maxi Coleman, drops not 1 but 2, very generous $5 super chat. And he goes on to say, remember a few years back when the Microsoft Sega Azure Association came to be, and how everyone told us that it got nothing to do with Xbox? Yeah, I kind of remember that, and unfortunately that did transpire. Well, fortunately, it did transpire into something. And again, there's a little bit more. I have heard some things behind the scenes that I'm not comfortable talking about until I'm given the okay to regarding Sega and Xbox. I will eventually drop that information once I get the thumbs up to do so.
Yeah, I think that information is going to be the same one about Helldivers. Anyway, Golden Joystick Awards. Best Storytelling. We got 1000 times X Resist, Tactical Breach Wizard. What the hell is this? Emio, Like a Dragon, Lorelei, and Rebirth. I gave Rebirth. Didn't play the others. And I know the story on Rebirth. By the way, do you guys want to go through this? Or you got no interest? Anyway. Best multiplayer game. What did I go? I really like Tekken 8. I'm not a finals guy. Didn't really enjoy Helldivers 2. I don't enjoy college football. I don't understand how this got in there. So order of deduction, I went with Tekken 8. The Golden Joystick Awards nominees. Sweet. Okay, well, I think I saw one last piece of news. Let me just see if I can find it. I think I just saw it. Where did I see it? There's a collaboration with Street Fighter and Destiny, apparently. But I lost it. I lost it, chat. Yeah, what do you think of a collaboration between Destiny and Street Fighter? Apparently you're going to get finishers and everything. Brick, I'll post down what I voted for in the Discord. You're there. I think it's for it's for Destiny. It is for Destiny. So they're gonna get new finishers, new ghosts, new outfits, all for paid money, nothing for free. Everything will be paid, and it's just gonna be another way for them to milk their community that bit more. because they've got nothing else left within that community. They've hit their lowest player count in a long time, and they are really struggling now. Really struggling. There you go. Destiny 2 Street Fighter collab leaked. New helmet, finishers, ghost shells, and emblem. So for all you Street Fighter fans that like Destiny, you're in for a bit of a treat. Oh yeah, I agree. I don't see there being any way back for Destiny at this point. I think them announcing that there's no more big expansions coming has pretty much killed it. You know, there was actually one topic I wanted to talk about. It's actually on the thumbnail, and it totally slipped my mind until Chris actually just mentioned that. Right? So Microsoft recently came out and made a whole Xbox research or a Microsoft research. And they turned around and asked developers, why are you skipping Xbox? They want to know why publishers and developers are skipping Xbox. You've all seen that, right? Jez Corden was he's made an article on it. A few people were talking about it. Rabbi has been on my case to make a video on it for almost a week now, maybe 2. I don't think it deserves a video because there's not much to really say on the matter. But I think there's a lot more that's coming to light now with the new direction that Halo has taken with Unreal Engine 5. So you're looking at the way, which I believe is a good thing for Halo, by the way, and is a good thing for Microsoft until Epic screws them over. But the biggest thing for Microsoft right now is you've got developers coming out telling them, we are skipping your platform because you have no presence in Japan. We are skipping your platform because of your market share. We are skipping your platform because we just don't believe these games will sell on your product. And finally, we are skipping your platform because there's no scope for profit. Some of them outright don't even have development kits. And they clearly know this. Some actually came out and said, we don't know where Microsoft is going, what their plans are, what their business, what direction they're going. And you can't blame them for that. Now you've got the announcement of the new Halo 7 or whatever it's going to be, coming in whatever date, 2026. It's going to be on Unreal Engine 5, which is a third-party development suite, which, again, I agree, it should be on there for obvious reasons, especially with the contractors. That's one of their biggest problems and their biggest time sink and cost. But the rumors about all the media outlets right now are writing down that Halo is going to PS5. There's going to be Master Chief Collection coming next year to PlayStation 5. You've got Halo multiplayer that's apparently going to PlayStation 5. You've got all of these kind of games that are going to PlayStation 5. They might not be going day and date, but as we've seen with the PS5, not going day and date doesn't push the needle. But you're not enticing people to come to your platform by not coming out and squashing these rumors, right? So is there any truth to them? Is there not any truth to them? No one knows. At this point in time, no one can tell you with 100% certainty that Master Chief Collection, if they decide to do a remake again, which is weird because they've only just done one, but if they decide to do a remaster or whatever again, or remake now in Unreal Engine 5, will it be appearing on PlayStation 5 day and date? with that in mind, why are they going after this market research? If they're not giving people a reason to buy an Xbox console, all third-party companies care about is market share. How big of a share you have in the console business. They don't care about MAUs. They don't care about cloud. They don't care about PC. They don't care about anything. What they care about is how much your box has a market share. And if you're not giving them reasons where you're trying to expand your box, why are they even trying to go to companies and ask the most obvious question? It doesn't make sense to me. It is Byron. What narratives, Vanunka? It's basically going to be the talk of the internet until the end of the year. Guaranteed. It's not going to stop. Halo rumors are going to be going round and round and round, just like every other rumor, until it's quashed. And we all know that Microsoft doesn't react to rumors. So how can a third-party company have confidence in your product if there's no stern force behind it? Devin, I hope you enjoy it. It's a good game. No, I think Halo going to Sony would be a catastrophe for Microsoft. I think it absolutely should not go. Sanchez, there's certain games will, as we've seen with Square Enix, it's not worked for them, and we'll see with a real test how big, it'll be a good talking point when the next Final Fantasy 17, which should be multi-platform, by the way, sells 5 million or 6 million or 7 million units. We won't know until it's come out. But then you can see the real difference of people buying it. That's not the point I'm getting at. The point I'm getting at is, how can those companies feel... Because apparently, from what the reports have said, the number of consoles that Xbox has sold this generation is around 22 million, which is still a lot of consoles, mind you. But it's not the 30 million that was once prophesized. They're about 8 million shy from that number. If what's being reported by Microsoft channels is true. Again, I'm just going by what I've read. Because they're using the Xbox One numbers to almost pad the numbers of Series X's, from what I understand. I don't know. But the Microsoft research, what is it that they're trying to find out exactly? I don't understand why they're even bothering when they know the answer. I mean, I think we all know the answer, right? If a game is Japan, East-centric, let's say, you need a presence in the Far East in order for it to be there. A handheld would do wonders in appealing to that audience, but they're not announcing that either. So what is it exactly that they're trying to find out with this Microsoft research? But the ponies are going to run this rabid now for days and weeks and months. It's going to be all you're going to hear about now. Unreal Engine means it's a multi-plat. It's going to be on day one. I mean, look. I don't even need to try it. This is the first thing I've seen. 75% chance Halo Master Chief Collection announced on 11/11/24. it's gonna go everywhere. It's gonna be all the publications talk about. It's gonna be all IGN writes about. It's gonna be all Eurogamer writes about. This is gonna be pretty much the news, just like it was with Starfield, just like it was with Indiana Jones, which eventually turned out to be true. So the problem here is, when do you feel like Microsoft needs to stop not responding and just turning around and just saying, no, it's not going to happen? And what is it that they're hoping to achieve with this research? I found this research thing really weird. It didn't make sense to me. It's not some pony narrative. It's nothing like that. I care for the platform. I want the platform to succeed. I want the platform to grow. And when I see games like Visions of Mana coming for the first time, when I see games like Atelier Yumiya coming for the first time, it makes me happy that other Xbox owners can actually get to play these games. Right? I've got a PC, I've got a PlayStation, I've got a Switch. So for me, it's not that big of a deal. I'll go where I'll play my games wherever I need to play them. If they're not on Xbox, then I'll play them elsewhere. I'm not going to miss out on games I want to play. But for those people that can't afford to buy multiple consoles, which is fair, not everyone can, well, at the same time, they want to play those games, but they love their Xbox console, or they're tied into the ecosystem, they're tied in where their friends are, they want to play these games. So it's a bit, it's unfair for those people who want to experience these games. And I find it almost disrespectful from Microsoft asking that question to developers, why they're skipping your platform. Does that... I mean, they've been port begging for ages, Force. That's never going to change. Well, the thing is, David, more and more I'm seeing on social media, and I know social media is a small echo chamber, it doesn't really represent the overall landscape, right? So let's make that perfectly clear. Social media probably represents maybe 1, maybe 3% of the Xbox gamers at max, and I'm being generous there as well. The other 97% couldn't give a shit. They're playing FIFA, Madden, Minecraft, Roblox, right? But the point here is, more and more of those people that do spend a lot of money in the gaming industry are moving over to PC. And as far as Microsoft are concerned, they're going, well, they're still signed to Game Pass, right? Yeah. Okay, so we're still getting their subscription money, right? Well, yeah. And they're only moving from our console to our PC, right? Well, yeah. And they're still using the Xbox app to play their games through Game Pass, right? Well, yeah. Okay, so we don't care. So as the numbers for your console diminish, sure, your Game Pass subscriptions are increasing, but then that gives third-party publishers even less reason to push games onto the console for those that don't want to go to the PC. Do you see how this has a direct correlation? And I didn't mean to... But that's what I mean, Miller. But what does that mean for the console user? Now, if the next Xbox is what I think it is, basically a hybrid PC that will run a sandbox version of your old Xbox games on there, just like your PC will with Windows, and that it's going to have the Steam store on there, and it's going to have other PC launchers on there, as well as the Xbox launcher on there, giving you that cross-buy, because that's an incentive, right? That Play Anywhere is a really big incentive. I will buy ReFantazio on Xbox because of Play Anywhere. Because it gives me the option to play on PC and on my Xbox. I don't care if I have to use the Xbox app. I've only ever had one problem with the Xbox app, and that was it. Funnily enough, it was the Master Chief Collection when I was trying to play with a friend. It wouldn't install one of the games, even though it was said it was installed, and it was telling me it was installed, but it wasn't installed. We had to do all sorts of crazy stuff to get it working. But it's fine. I've never had a real problem with it after that. So I've got no problems using the Xbox app. But the point I'm making is, if that's the direction they're going with the next console, then none of this matters, because at that point, if the game isn't directly available on Xbox, you could just go to the Steam store, buy the game through Steam, and it'll work on your console at a set performance. As a consumer, you will see zero difference. In fact, as a consumer, you will have access to more games than anyone else. So for you, it could potentially be the best outcome ever as an Xbox gamer. And that's what I meant in that video that I made a few weeks ago when I said Xbox are the direction Xbox is going is pretty big, if this is where they're going. But when they come out and ask questions like this, it goes counterintuitive to that whole notion of a hybrid PC. And if they are trying to release a traditional console in 2 years' time or 1.5 years' time, the answer is simple. You need exclusives on your platform to give people a reason to buy your console. So it really depends where Microsoft is going. And I guess all third-party publishers are going to turn around and say is, it's quite simple. We want to know your plans. Do you intend to stay in the console business, or are you moving to a hybrid PC? So I don't know. I found that question that they asked really weird, because now it puts into question, are they looking to make a traditional console or not? Because everything up until that point pointed to me that they're not doing that anymore. They're not going for the traditional console like we have with the Xbox Series X and S. That wasn't the direction that they were going in. Everything that we've heard, everything that Phil Spencer has said, everything Sarah Bond has said, Matt Booty never says anything. Is he even still at Microsoft? He's disappeared into the winds. But with these two, everything they've said has hinted at a hybrid console. One that will utilize and provide the gamers with the best possible outlet to be able to buy their games and play. And let's look at it on a different scale. People are saying, well, Microsoft is going to lose some money when it comes to those games coming to their platform. Well, at the moment, they're getting no money from those games because they're not on their platform. So some money is better than no money. I think we can all agree on that. So from Microsoft's point of view, this is a win-win situation. From a Steam point of view, they are now getting customers that they never would have had in the first place. So that's a win-win situation for them. And then the developers are getting their money anyway, so they don't care. Because it's essentially just another version of a console that they just need to make, a PC that they just need to make sure it works on. So that's what everything was pointing towards. But this question that they've asked the publishers and developers, it just feels weird. It doesn't make sense. Because the answers are obvious. Unless you want it painted out for you. Have a good night, Steve. Oh, 100% Diablo. 100%. I agree with that. I'm just saying that I found that whole thing really weird. Does it make sense what I'm saying? And if people think I'm pushing a pony narrative, fine, whatever. It is what it is. Even though I'm not. I care about the Xbox brand. I want it to succeed. And if me wanting it to succeed is a bad thing, then so be it. That's what I think is going to happen, David, yes. I also believe, from what I've been seeing and reading and talking to people, not officially, just discussions that I've been having, this opens the door for them to have essentially, you know how Steam Deck set the blueprint for a handheld PC device? That's now kind of like the base of what games are trying to target. And then you've got like the Asus ROG, which is more powerful. You've got the Aya Neo, which is more powerful. You've got the Asus ROG Ally X, which is even more powerful. You may even start to see revisions of the Xbox PC console that are more powerful released by other manufacturers, so Microsoft no longer has to do that heavy building. They'll set the blueprint for what it is. They'll have a version of that at a set price that's affordable to the audience. But if you want something that can punch above its weight, like the Asus ROG Ally X, which offers a little bit more battery power, well, that just offers more RAM really. But if it was offering more battery, more horsepower, I could say okay for the price, but you get what I'm saying. Then you might see some different revisions and it going that way. But it's going to be affordable to the consumer, and they will subsidize that through accessories like they do now. That's the whole point of consoles. Unlike a PC, if you go and buy a graphics card, it's $1,600, and this is what the ponies don't get, right? And they're comparing a £1,500 graphics card to a PS5 Pro. That's just brain dead logic, right? That doesn't make any sense whatsoever. To even compare the two is stupid. And here's why. When Nvidia sell that 4090 graphics card for $1,500, that's it. They can't subsidize the cost of that any other way by reducing it. What they sell it for has to make them money. When you sell an Xbox console or a PS5 Pro, the whole point of consoles is that they sell them at a loss and they make that money based on software sales, controllers, memory cards, accessories like headsets. All of these go towards covering the loss of the actual hardware and making them profit. They subsidize that cost with other things. It's why you see Microsoft pushing those controllers so heavily with different designs, different builds, different logos, different this, because those controllers are subsidizing the cost of the hardware that they sell with the Series X. That is the whole point. PC manufacturers cannot do that. So when you see a pony out there saying, oh, look at this, it's £1,500 compared to my $700. No, Sony's actually screwing you over double, because Sony is not only selling it to you now at a profit, they don't even have to subsidize it anymore, like console manufacturers have done since time immemorial. Outside of Nintendo, Sony and Microsoft has always subsidized their console price through accessories and software sales. So PlayStation fans are actually being double screwed right now. And they're happy to take it from any hole that you can find. But the reality is, PC manufacturers can't. So now, with the way that Microsoft will do it, they're going to sell it compact, so you can't really upgrade it. And it will be sold like a console that will again be subsidized through controllers and keyboards and mouses and accessories. And they will subsidize that cost, which is why the base version of that next generation console will be cheaper and affordable to the consumer. But then you're going to have the, enthusiast versions that are going to be maybe a couple of hundred more or 300 more that will provide more horsepower, more RAM, and allow those settings to run a bit higher, or frame rates to run better, or if it's uncapped from 60 to maybe 90, whatever. But that's the way I see Xbox going right now. But this market research thing that's now come into play, where they're asking people, hey, why aren't you releasing games? That just throws a complete shade onto everything that Phil and Sarah have said, which has hinted very, very strongly at what I've been saying. So it's really weird. So when you add confusion and doubt and, unpredictability into the equation, and you're a company that pretty much needs to at least break even on your games in order to make a profit, and you're making games that aren't as widespread big, like, the Final Fantasies, the God of Wars, the Halos, the Gears of Wars, the Fables, and you're making a game that you need to sell, like, I don't know, $200,000-300,000 just to make a profit, and you can't guarantee that because of the way the game is designed, then you start to question, do I release it on a marketplace that's only got 20 million consoles? So the question that Microsoft is asking is very obvious. The answers are obvious. So the question is what I'm wondering, why? What have I said that's pony Kool-Aid? I've literally insulted PlayStation by saying that their fans are taking it double-ended. I read a comment somewhere that told me this pony didn't know what hardware did what. I can see that. The point of consoles is console wars? Oh, that one was special. That one was special by the ponies. I had a whole stream segment set for that one. That one was good. They came out in full force comparing the Asus ROG Ally X to the PS5 Pro. And again, that shit isn't being subsidized. So even though it is actually more expensive than it should be, which I agree with, it's not being subsidized. What they sell it for is it. And if that's how much it's costing them to make some profit, then fine. But the PS5 Pro, you know, that is getting subsidized in every way, shape, and form. That's the whole point of consoles. Like I said, it's always going to happen. I think you have misinterpreted the Xbox. Maybe I have. Microsoft does not care about PlayStation. They care about Google, Apple, and Linux. They want as many people in their ecosystem as possible. Right. Okay, David, let me give you an example. Right? Let me give you an example. I have on one side 10 boxes. And on this side, I have one box. Right? You are making a product that can go in. You're making. Okay, that's a bad example. Let me think of a better one. Right. You've got 10 cars on one hand, one car on the other. Now you are making a product that will work on the cars. Do you make it? Do you cater for the 10? There's 10 people here who will buy your product, or the one who may buy your product. Even from this 10, there's a chance that only 2 of them will buy it. But the chance of them 10 buying it is greater. Now, there are 1 million cars around us, but none of those 1 million cars work with your product. Only these 10 and this one will work. Who do you do business with? 10 cars or 1 car? The obvious choice here is 10 cars. Third-party companies don't care about the ecosystem. That's the problem. They care about the platform. And they will always care about the platform because that's what's tangible. Now, the only time that will change, which apparently by the end of this year, Microsoft is turning around, and apparently it's in internal testing at the moment. So if that's true, by the end of the year, we should be hearing something more tangible, an official announcement by Microsoft. But if it is true, every digital game you officially buy will work on xCloud. That's when things will change. Because this whole argument about Xbox having this and that and, not having enough consoles, it will no longer matter at all. Because at that point, Capcom doesn't have to turn around and say, right, you've got a 20 million 20 million consoles, 5% of those potentially will buy the game. At that point, it doesn't matter. Right? Because now, it doesn't matter that you've got 20 million. If you've got 70 million Game Pass subscribers, that's 70 million users. Right? Then they can port the game knowing that it doesn't matter how many hardware you got. So this move that they're doing to actually make digital games that you purchase work on xCloud is actually a really big move. And if what is being said and what I've heard is true, and it should be announced by the end of the year, this is going to blow the floodgates open for Xbox in terms of companies no longer even caring to skip Xbox. They will put their games on Xbox because their market share will have grown by 3 or 4 times potentially if Game Pass subscriptions increase. If that makes sense. Xbox is growing the brand to reach more gamers, let them cook. Again, I'm not saying what they're doing is bad. From a business perspective, all they're doing is increasing their revenue. But if you don't see increase to size, if you're not seeing growth in the ability to play those games on Xbox, then you're not actually growing in the sense that you're talking about. They're just growing revenue, but they're not growing volume. Now, if xCloud becomes what, Phil already said earlier this year, that's the plan for the end of the year, and from what I've read, they've already got into internal testing with a number of games that if you buy them, you can play them over on xCloud. If that is officially confirmed for the end of the year, then what you're looking at is a bunch of people who are on Xbox who don't have Game Pass, and then a bunch of people who have Game Pass Ultimate because they want to play xCloud. They'll probably then release a tier that's just specific to xCloud only, making it more accessible for people to jump into the cloud to subscribe, with services like the Fire Stick and whatnot. But the fact that you can buy any game from the Xbox store and play them now, and you're not just restricted to the actual games themselves, is the game changer. That right there becomes the game changer. Because at that point, the Fire Stick becomes instantly more valuable. Because you can play any game you want, not just the ones selected by Microsoft for cloud gaming. You can go and buy any game you want and play it on your service. It instantly leapfrogs compatibility from GeForce Now, because GeForce Now has to get permission from the publisher to put it on there. This will no longer be the case. You buy the game, you can play it on the cloud. So those countries where they can't buy an Xbox, they can buy their subscription to xCloud if it's going to be available as a standalone, which I believe it will be at some point. And they can instantly just buy their games and play it on the cloud. You instantly magnify your player base in terms of consumers that are playing and buying your the third-party product overnight. That's huge. That is so big. And that would be such a massive power play from Xbox. That's the only thing I can see that they're doing right now. And that is people look at that and look at it as a minor thing. It's not. That is a huge power play. It's only one company though, Sanchez. Exactly, Diablo. That's it. And where do you think all that money is going to go? 100% of it, well, not 100% of it, but 30% goes to Microsoft, 70 to the developers, right? But they get that whole 30% because you're no longer buying it on Steam or Epic, you're buying it on the Xbox store. So this is a win-win scenario in so many different angles for Microsoft. If they can get it working. There's a lot of logistics I can imagine. What would happen to the sub Game Pass? Game Pass will exist. Ultimate will exist because you've got people like me that play on my Xbox and on my PC. I want the best world of two. So for people like me, and Game Pass Ultimate will exist. But I'm sure they're going to introduce like a cloud-only structure. It's only a matter of time. But that will come after or alongside this announcement. Exactly, David. Exactly. It kind of goes full loop. So I know some of you are seeing what I'm saying negative. It's actually not. It's actually a really positive thing that will actually encourage more developers, more publishers to put their games on Xbox without Microsoft having to show them the Game Pass money. Because at that point, you've got 200 million Fire Stick users. They're going to put it on the Google Chromecast TV eventually. You've got it on Samsung TVs. You're going to have it on other TVs as well. All of these digital games that are purchased on the Xbox store will work through that cloud system with all those hundreds of millions of potential gamers and buyers out there, instead of just limiting it just to the actual box. But right now, it's limited to the actual box. Microsoft wants the vision I'm talking about. They want that, 200 million, 300 million, 400 million, 500 million, 1 billion, 2 billion. They want that in terms of player base. Right now, they've got 500 MAUs. But to a third-party publisher, that means nothing. But if every digital game you purchase could work on the cloud, that 500 million now becomes your install base. So who would you more likely be encouraged to make games for? 500 million or 50 million? Do you remember that whole situation I was talking about with the cars? You go to the 500 million, right? Because that now is a lot more enticing. Even if 5% bought your stuff in that 500 million, that 5% is going to be way more than the 50 million. And what do businesses like more than anything else? Money. So this is the game Microsoft is playing. That's my opinion. Yes, the shattered space background. Talos. It will not, David. Whippet, yeah. I mean, I haven't watched Destiny in a while, but he's not stupid. If I'm seeing it, he definitely is seeing the bigger picture. 100% Diablo. Microsoft is not stupid. They go about things in a really weird way, and sometimes it's really baffling. And honestly, half the time it doesn't make sense. But I'm sure internally they've got a roadmap where all of this makes sense to them. It's probably just way above my pay grade. But if what I'm saying is true, it's only a matter of time before Microsoft comes full circle and completely obliterates everything. Hey, Fantas Archer. Improvements will come with time. At the moment, I think you're going to see a bigger improvement to xCloud probably in like 12 to 18 months. The whole ABK cloud rights thing really put a downer on their plans, but it also ABK accelerated their plans by 10 years. So that kind of set them back a little bit. So Byron, it's not all games, it's a subsect of games that you can buy. Only a small number of games at the moment are working. Ah, see, David? Now you're seeing the bigger picture. And this is why the market question doesn't make sense to me. Because it's obvious why. They just need to do this and it fixes the problem. Obviously, not everyone wants the cloud game, but then not everyone can afford to buy a console. And you reach areas that simply cannot. And now let's look at it in a bigger state, right? Let's look at it. Let's blow this a little bit more open. What if, after they've done this with xCloud, their partnership with GeForce Now, as it's getting stronger, integrates their xCloud, which I think is going to happen eventually. They're going to integrate xCloud with GeForce Now and have it running as one in tandem. And they'll probably give you the medium spec in terms of what GeForce Now offers. And then if you want the latest top end model, then you top it up a little bit extra on top of your Game Pass subscription. So you're going to get like the best of every world possible. Where is the negatives to this? They do love their remasters, Talos. They do love their remasters. But where's the negatives to this?
Thanks Devastator 2000 for Super Chat $1.48. Chaos Destin's not stupid, but IGN really stupid. 3.
Yeah, I can agree with that. Remasters has no limits.
Devastator 2000 tip $2 through Super Chat. Chaos Destin's not stupid, but IGN really stupid. 3.
She was talking about something far bigger. There's a bigger plan brewing here. And yeah. So hey, apparently I'm now a pony, so that will go around. But whatever. It is what it is. Thank you for that $2 super chat. I know, right, David? You see, my chat never disappoints. They hold me accountable and throw and hurl accusations at me all the way. This is why I love you guys. You're the best. Absolutely the best. But yeah. Baby steps. Whatever happened to baby steps? But I'm always fair, right? I like to be fair. Oh, we talked about this earlier. We talked about what games won't be there, which is Wukong, Stellar Blade, which I think should be there, but they're not. The one that I think will win it for me at the moment, at this very moment, not counting the games coming, the one that I would like to see win it is a game called Still Wakes the Deep. There hasn't been another game that has entertained me as much as that one this year. That was really, really damn good. From the voice acting, it was so authentic. It was just such an unbelievable experience. Remain legend, Force Vlogs. I expect it will be there, Mark. I mean, at least I hope it will be. We can finally see how much of a mortgage we need to take to buy one. Yeah, they keep saying Xbox is dead, but they want Halo on PlayStation. I mean, they want everything. He's got a green PlayStation on his channel. I mean, I can't see anything J-Dub on social media. He blocked me, but he still talks about me from what I'm hearing. He doesn't stop talking about me, apparently. Posting about me every now and then. No balls is no balls. Talking about someone behind their back after you've blocked them is a no balls move. I don't like horror games. I would play it. I wouldn't say it's that much of a horror game, but it is a good game. It's a really, really. I think it's like 8 hours long, but it's such a good experience. The more you buy, the more you save. I think James, I think in terms of nominations, I would have. I think Astrobot will be there because it's just so highly rated. Metaphor is going to be nominated, I reckon. Still Wakes the Deep, I really hope is nominated. Final Fantasy VII Rebirth is going to be nominated. I don't know what the fifth one will be. I would give it to Wukong or Thing right now, this second, Stellar Blade, but they're not going to go in there for obvious reasons. One didn't have any female protagonists, and the other one has a super attractive female. See, this is the thing, Chris George. I actually believed that they would showcase. Like, I thought the best stage, and I still believe this, for them to show the handheld, at least reveal it in just showing that it exists, or at least indicating, telling people that it exists, would have been the TGS. I think in the Far East, mobile, gaming on the go is massive. It's really big. It's really, really huge, right? But they didn't do that. And the only reason I can think that they didn't announce it at TGS is because Gamescom and the Tokyo Game Show just aren't a big enough stage. You've got the Summer Games Live, and then you've got the Games Awards at the end of the year, or you've got the actual showcase done by the publishers themselves, like the Xbox Showcase and whatnot. Those three are the only real big ones where you're going to get all the eyes watching. Gamescom and Tokyo Game Show just don't have that big of an effect. It doesn't draw as many eyes as the other two. And if you're going to reveal new hardware, you want as many eyes looking at it as possible. So it's either going to be a self-published video like the PS5 Pro was, even though they revealed that in the worst possible way you possibly can. How do you release a new console and advertise PS4 games? Like, who in their right mind for advertising PS4 games and showing that you can now maybe hit 60 FPS on a PS4 game was a good idea? Like, where is the logic in this? Where is the brain cells in this? Like, how do you plan on selling something where you say, hey, we're releasing a £700 console and it might hit 60 FPS with the PS4 games? And 9 minutes long as well. So I think that's why they didn't do it at a TGS or Gamescom. So Video Games Live, in my opinion, is the most ideal place for it. When in doubt, but a solid quote from Microsoft. I mean, yeah. I don't think Astrobot deserves to win it. I think Astrobot is a good game. I don't think it deserves to win it. J-Dub didn't read the whole message about Power World marketing products with Sony and thought Sony. I think it's 11 December, which I will be co-streaming, by the way. It's just a bit early for me to put the placeholder up. Oh, they say it a lot, Devin. But yeah, Bag still thinks I'm a pony, though. That dude comes here every Tuesday and Thursday just to see if I've converted. He is waiting for that day that I say I've converted. That's literally what he lives for right now. But never. But yeah. Overall, I have all consoles, all PCs, so for me, playing the games where I want, I mean, I'm fortunate enough to be able to do that. But for those people that haven't, I want them to have the best experience. I want them to be able to play the games that they want. And some people fail to understand that or fail to see the reasoning behind that. And to me, games are all about having fun. Games are all about, having that enjoyment factor, entertainment factor, and being able to play the games that you want. And being money hatted and not having the option to play those games just feels wrong. And that's why I want Microsoft to fix their act, because I want gamers to be able to play their games, because not everyone is fortunate. And for those people that aren't fortunate enough to have more than one platform, or even a console in itself, that might be able to afford, £6 or £7 for a cloud-only subscription, that will give them the option where they can buy their games and play what they need to play. It's an option, and I appreciate the options that Microsoft has given. I game a lot through, xCloud at home or GeForce Now at home with my Steam Deck. I do it a lot because I can't always jump on my PC. My younger kid, the one that went bed earlier a couple of hours ago, he's on my PC, playing the most advanced game out there, Roblox. And he plays it for hours on end. But having options to play your games or the ability to play your games is great. because it just means that there's more ways for you to play your games. So I just want people to experience video games, because video games are fun when they're not being dramatized and bashed to hell. I don't have a PS5 Pro yet. Has it sold out yet? I'm excited for the campaign for Black Ops 6, and I'm definitely excited for Stalker 2. Hey, no. Indiana Jones is different, right? No. People say Xbox consoles does not sell because they have no exclusives. Then that same people say Xbox can't have exclusives because they don't have sales. Which is it? If you want to sell something, you need to have the carrot, right? Any product that you sell has to have a USP. It's that simple. Everything has to have a USP. If you do not have a USP, you can't sell your product. Right now, the USP is Game Pass. But Microsoft is making it so you don't need an Xbox in order to play a Game Pass. And that is deliberate, by the way, as said by Sarah Bond. They have been deliberately undermining the Xbox in order to change the perception of what Xbox is. And that all adheres to what I'm saying. So then we're going back in circles. I'm very disappointed. I might have to cancel my pre-order. My overall plan with the Pro was to buy it, sell it for double the cost, and then make my money back and get one for free. Or just walk away with an extra bit of money. I did not anticipate that not enough ponies would buy it. When the ponies aren't buying it, then you know there's a problem. Jeff gonna announce the Game Awards mid-November, his usual. I think it's on the 11th of December, though. I've heard someone say it's around 11 December. Stalker gonna solo the whole Game Awards? Do you know what? If you haven't seen the actual Stalker making, you should. It's really hard to watch, seeing what they've gone through. It's really difficult. By the way, what you're seeing on screen right now is still Wakes the Deep. This is the game. Super game. But yeah, it's really hard to watch, but definitely worth watching. Yeah, no one in the UK apparently is selling it though. Dustborn. This was actually nominated. This game is nominated at the Golden Joystick Awards. This game that had 4 people buying it is nominated at the Golden Joystick Awards. Can someone please tell me how that shit isn't rigged? I've heard that, Bags. I'll definitely play it. I don't remember, but it's one of the indie categories. But this game was not. It's what there's 2 or 3 indie categories. It was nominated for one of those, but this game was nominated. But games like Wukong and Stellar Blade was not. Can someone please tell me that there isn't anything wrong with that? No, they didn't. So what happened with that was, from my understanding, some people, when you make an order, they basically try to do a transaction with your bank. It's just a quick, like a 1 cent or a 1 penny transaction, just to make sure that the card exists. It's a normal thing that happens with pre-orders or direct debits and stuff like that, right? And my understanding is that when they were making those calls for a handshake with the banks were saying, "No, we're not doing this." And so when it came back as a rejection, it acts as if the card doesn't exist. So my guess is at that point, Sony cancelled the order because it can't authenticate the transaction. Thanks. But yeah, when you got games like this being nominated and you see Wukong not nominated, that makes me upset. That makes me really, really upset. Because that just shows you the state of the industry that we're in right now. Good. Ooh, Steve isn't here anymore. Final Fantasy. GeForce Now. There we go. But anyway, chat, I'm going to call it there. Thank you so much for the super chats. I appreciate it. It all helps. It didn't sell at all, David. It's not doing well at all. It is not doing well at all. For multiple reasons. The game's performance isn't great. Its frame rate is pretty... When I streamed it on YouTube, it was pretty choppy. So there's a lot of things going off with it, and people just don't like the direction it took. I personally didn't mind the direction it took, but in terms of graphical flair, my people did. But the frame rate is the biggest issue. They need to fix that. And apparently the Pro is going to be where it fixes it. All right, man. I'm going to be out. Nope, we are not playing Dustborn. But I am going to be around tomorrow at Twitch. And honestly, if there's no news on Thursday, I'm probably going to... I might do another stream on Twitch again for just gameplaying. So if anyone's interested, go check me out on Twitch at twitch.tv/Chaos Streaming.
Thanks, Tasmon, for Super Chat, $26.73. Bye, everyone.
Dude. Thank you very much for that £20 Super Chat, dude. I appreciate it. But yeah, I'll be streaming tomorrow at twitch.tv/Chaos Streaming. So for those of you that want to just hang out and play video games and chill, chat, whatever, feel free to catch up with me tomorrow. Usually start around the same time. If there is no gaming news at all for Thursday, I don't know if there's anything to actually do a stream over on YouTube, if there is nothing to really talk about. Because I think we've spoke about everything today up until now, and all that's going on right now is the Halo drama with the whole DEI stuff, which I've got zero interest in. So hopefully there might be some news, who knows? But if there isn't, we'll find out tomorrow to see what's happening on Thursday. But otherwise, Thursday should still be on. Right, I'm out. Peace out, people! Remain legend, folks. Don't forget to like, subscribe. And go follow me over at Twitch. I'm trying to get a partner. Make it happen. I guess today, yeah, for us, Chris George. So go follow me. Twitch.tv, Chaos Streaming. There's the link. Now you've got no excuse. Right, I'm really gone now. Bye.